Good evening. Good evening, members and members of the public and the press attending the full council meeting of BCP Council, and it's the 24th of February 2026. I'm Councillor Leslie Dedman, and as Chairman of BCP Council, I will be chairing this meeting, and I will be supported by the Vice Chair, Councillor Simon Bull. I will, as usual, set out the housekeeping arrangements for the meeting, and please note that the meeting is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcasts, and it will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. In order to ensure our meeting is managed effectively, please could everybody follow these ground rules. If you wish to speak, please indicate that you wish to do so by pressing the button on the microphone, and then wait for your microphone to turn red before speaking. I know some of us have had a problem with that. I'm sure we've all got it now. Where there appears to be consensus in the meeting for a motion, I will ask if there is any dissension. When a formal vote is required, this will be carried out via the desk equipment, and the results will be displayed on the screens in the chamber. If anybody requests a recorded vote, you will require support from a quarter of the members present. And if this is agreed, it will be carried out via the desk equipment, and the result of any recorded vote will be on the screens, and named voting results will be included in the minutes of this meeting. Members, if you need to leave the meeting, please could you indicate to me that you are going and sign out of your microphone by touching the screen and selecting sign out. And in accordance with the Constitution, I will allow for comfort breaks as appropriate, so please avoid leaving during a debate. If you wish to raise a point of order, please state the applicable Constitution provision. I will assume, as always, that all councillors will uphold the highest standards of conduct during our meeting, and as always we will treat each other with courtesy and consideration. And on behalf of BCP Council, and as the chairman presiding over this evening's proceedings, I welcome all members of the public, who I can see in the gallery here, and your attendance is a very important part of our local government democracy, and all the members in the chamber will support that. But this evening's full council meeting is not a public meeting, it's a meeting held in public. So you're in attendance to observe proceedings and debate, but no member of the public has a right to speak or participate in this meeting unless they have notified democratic services. I know we do have some public speakers. But obviously, without that written notification, there's no means by which any member of the public can participate in the meeting. Right, so that is the preamble. Agenda item 1 is apologies. Chief Executive, can you read them out for us, please?
Good evening. We've received apologies so far from Councillor Sarah Armstrong, Councillor Peter Cooper, Councillor Anne-Marie Moriarty, Councillor Lawrence Williams and Councillor Julie Bagwell.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Hazel, yes? I'm sorry, I should have said Councillor Allen. Thank you.
Can I make apologies for Councillor Anne Filer as well, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other apologies that we know of? I think we've got everybody then. So that was apologies. Agenda item 2 on your sheets, declarations of interest. The monitoring officer has granted all BCP councillors a dispensation to enable all of us to fully and freely participate in the debate relating to all items of the budget, all aspects of the budget for the forthcoming year and the council tax base, and the granting of this dispensation will be reported at the next meeting of the Standards Committee. Agenda item 3, announcements and introductions from the chairman. Chairman's announcements, in other words. Members, this meeting is reserved for budget matters, so it's proposed to update members on the engagements of myself and the Vice Chairman at the next meeting, which won't be till 24th of March. Can I call upon the leader and Councillor Cox? I believe you wish to address the council. Thank you. Councillor Cox.
Before we start this budget meeting, I just wanted to celebrate a remarkable career of somebody who is overwhelmingly responsible for the work involved. Adam Richins is stepping down as Director of Finance and Section 151 Officer after an extraordinary 40 years of dedicated service to BCP Council and its predecessor authorities. This will be his last council meeting as an officer, and since joining Poole Council straight from school in 1986, Adam has devoted his entire professional life to public service. Over 4 decades, he has steered the organisation through political change, organisational transformation and significant financial pressures, always ensuring that the council he served remained solvent, stable and forward-looking. His commitment to financial integrity, even in the most challenging of circumstances, has consistently recognised by colleagues across the organisation and outside. As our CEO recently reflected, the responsibilities of a Section 151 officer weigh heavily. Yet Adam has carried them with unwavering professionalism, deep expertise and unrivalled experience. His counsel to me personally has been invaluable in shaping our balanced budgets since 2023 and supporting the organisation through pivotal moments of uncertainty. Across countless meetings, reports and financial strategies, Adam has offered clarity, wisdom and steadfast leadership. His work has had a lasting impact, strengthening the Council's financial foundations, supporting democratic decision-making and safeguarding services relied upon by residents across Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. Beyond his technical excellence, colleagues consistently describe Adam's humility, integrity and thoughtful approach. His calm presence and willingness to guide others, whether navigating complex financial issues or mentoring councillors and officers, has made him one of the most respected figures in our organisation. Even in recent correspondence, I know fellow councillors and leaders have expressed deep appreciation for both his service and his character. As he moves into retirement, I want to publicly and personally thank Adam for the exceptional contribution he has made over the lifetime of the service. His legacy will continue to shape the council long after his departure, and his dedication to public finance stands as an example to all who follow. On behalf of colleagues, councillors and the communities he has served so diligently, thank you, Adam. We wish you every happiness in our next chapter.
All right. Thank you very much, members, and obviously thank you very much, Adam. Right, we're going now to agenda item 4, public issues. We have some public questions and statements, and in accordance with the Constitution for this meeting, questions and statements submitted must address the business on the agenda insofar as it may relate to the setting of the budget for this coming financial year. Public questions. Do we have any member of the public here, or is somebody going to read it? Nobody's coming through.
He hasn't turned up, so I can read it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
So this question is from David Redgewell. At the meeting on the 11th of February 2025, the Council turned down a request by Network Rail Wessex Route and South West Railways to fund the replacement lifts at Folkestone Station, including the station forecourt improvements. As a local transport authority, BCP has a responsibility to work with the state-owned rail industry, with Dorset Council building new lifts at Dorchester South. we urge the Council to reinstate some partnership budget on this important project. In view of the fact that this is a public project, will the Council and Network Rail publish the Equality Impact Assessment and Disability Impact Assessment and meet with Lord Hendy, Heidi Alexander, the Western Gateway Transport Board and Lawrence Bowman?
Thank you very much, Mr. Redgewell. And the public statement is also from Mr. Redgewell, who is again not here.
Just respond to the question. The answer to the
question.
Oh. So, Councillor.
Oh, sorry. Is that? Oh, so I'm so sorry, Councillor Hadley. You're going to respond to the question first.
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Ridgewell, thank you for your statement and question. As you highlight in your statement, that the Folkestone lifts have been inoperable for nearly 50 years, and over that time, the railway operator has not acted to rectify this. There was a specific obligation as a result of the community campaign on First MTR Group in taking the South West Rail franchise in 2017 to get functional passenger lifts at the station by 2020. They failed that obligation. It is the duty of the railway operator to comply with the Disability Discrimination Act, but also to cater for those with need, with prams or luggage joining or leaving trains. None of the stations across BCP comply with the regulations, although the Bournemouth has at least steeper ramps, and none are currently on the Access for All priority list nationally. As a transport authority, BCP Council are responsible for strategic transport planning, the oversight of public transport services, and the highway infrastructure that supports them. The offer to part fund the Folkestone lifts was unfunded and went beyond the responsibilities of the local authority. It required us to borrow funds over a 50-year term. For other stations, including at Dorchester South, there are significant developments close by that residents could benefit from the facilities, and the community infrastructure levy funding, rather than borrowing, has been offered. There are no such still opportunities around Folkestone. The Equalities Impact Assessment for the decision on our contributions is attached to the report. Any decision has both positive and negative impacts, and the assessment highlights that funding other essential services that the Council does have responsibility for across the whole of BCP balances not funding this improvement at this one site in respect of an equalities impact. We have met with the team from South West Railway and Network Rail Wessex and written to both the Rail Minister and the Secretary of State for Transport. Given the perilous state of local government funding, we cannot contribute at this time. It would be great if Network Rail and South Western Railway were able to complete this long overdue project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. And then Mr. Redgewell has submitted a public statement on also agenda item 9, which the Chief Executive will read for him as he's not here.
So a public statement from David Redgewell. Dear councillors, I am very disappointed as a wheelchair user that in the budget cabinet meeting on the 11th of February 2026, the BCP did not proceed with the partnership funding for the lifts at Folkestone Station after 50 years. As a local public transport authority, we do not understand why the council cannot work with public bodies like Network Rail and SWR to develop a fully accessible station and publish an equalities and diversity impact assessments on the project, especially as the council is bidding with the Western Gateway Transport Board for funding of the Dorset Metro between Swanage, Wareham, Brockenhurst as part of GBR.
Thank you, Chief Executive, and thank you very much, Mr. Redgewell, and I hope you were listening in. We now have two more public statements, one from Lynn McCarthy and one from Ben Smith, both of which the Chief Executive will read for us. Thank you.
Public statement from Lynn McCarthy. It may be precious money to BCP Council, but ensuring our station is step-free is much more than that. It's about all our integrity and values, collectively, individually, democratically. Humanitarian responsibility, in fact, and BCP's history in the making, so vital is it to honour your promise of partnership funding, supposedly unanimously ring-fenced until now, after a long, patient, meaningful campaign of 11 years. Fundamentally, it's about demonstrating your care and concern for all disadvantaged travellers to and from BCP. Furthermore, the value to BCP will be monumental. raising its image positively for once, locally and nationally, against the overwhelming tsunami of constant negative bad press that anyone who cares is absolutely sick of seeing, especially leading up to crucial elections in 26-27. Please, please put all barriers and party politics aside, make an honourable and philanthropic decision to find a way at last.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Lynn McCarthy, for her statement. Thank you. Right, Chief Executive, can you read out Ben Smith's, please?
So it's a statement from Ben Smith. I urge Council to amend this budget, which is bad news for investment and accessibility in Folkestone. You committed to fund part of the lifts and refurbishment at Folkestone. The priorities seem to have forgotten for the disabled in this budget, as well as ambition to improve Folkestone. You may have heard all stations in BCP have limited or no accessibility. That's no reason to give up here. We have to start somewhere. Folkestone is incredibly poor for all visitors and residents. This should be a gateway to AFC Bournemouth, Boscombe and Southbourne, not a place to avoid. It is misleading to say this is significantly different from the original plans, and this decision will scupper a major investment project mirrored around the country that always requires local funding. There is a change.org petition which currently has 2,213 signatures.
Right, thank you very much. And we thank you, residents, for your questions and statements. Right, now we're going to move on to recommendations from Cabinet and other committees. And Council, you're asked to consider recommendations at items 5 to 9. We're going to take them separately as set out on the agenda. And I want to highlight that there are decisions on some of these issues which have been taken under delegated powers by the relevant bodies and so therefore are not before the Council. So can we move on please to item 5, which was Cabinet Minute number 108. This was 14th of January 2026. Council tax base. Councillor Mike Cox, I believe you're going to move the recommendation and Councillor David Brown will second. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This paper is vitally important as it sets out the council tax base, which is fundamental to deciding how much council tax is to be charged on each resident. This year's council tax base has been calculated as 152,481.7, which is an increase of 0.6% on last year. Unfortunately, that's not as much as the previous year. Some of the increase comes from new homes and some from the removal of the discount from the Muddyfoot beach huts. Last year's increase was nearly 4%, which was a result primarily of the second home premium, and it is too early to say if significant unintended consequences as a result of that policy will have a detrimental effect on BCP's income. The collection rate at 98.5% remains exactly the same as last year. These calculations are, of course, important and used by other bodies who use a precept like the parish and town councils, police and fire authorities, etc. I would ask, therefore, that the council approve the recommendations passed by Cabinet as laid out in the papers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor David Brown, you wish to second?
Yes, Chair, happy to second, and I reserve my right to speak.
Right. Do any councillors wish to speak on minute 108? You've got 3 minutes if you do. Right, that looks as though nobody wishes to speak at the moment. So, Councillor Brown, as you've reserved your right, so now's the time to speak if you wish to, otherwise Councillor Cox will sum up.
I will actually just speak for a moment that does note in the report that part of this council tax base calculation takes into account the cost of the LCTSS, the Local Council Tax Support Scheme. And I'm really proud with our administration that actually it's within our gift to change that, but we've maintained the Local Council Tax Support Scheme as we've had for the last couple of years. And that actually is for those people who struggle to afford council tax because of their situation and being on benefits, etc., that actually they get a discount, quite a substantial discount on their council tax and pay just a proportion of their council tax. Several other authorities around the country are actually reining back on their local council tax support schemes to bring in more council tax, and it hits the people who can least afford it. And I think particularly in this time where costs are really difficult for those people, that actually I'm really pleased that we've actually managed to maintain the scheme that we've got, and we're not actually hitting those people that can least afford it.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Cox, as a proposer, would you like to sum up?
I would, but I think Councillor Brown has added to that wonderfully, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we need to vote on this. So I'm going to ask if there's consensus. Is that a yes or a no? Right, that's agreed then. Thank you. Item 6, Audit and Governance Committee, 15th of January 2026, minute number 86. Sorry, I couldn't read that for a moment. Treasury Management Monitoring Report for the period April to December 2025 and Treasury Management Strategy 2026 to 27. Councillor Eleanor Connolly, I believe you're going to move the recommendation, and then Councillor Marcus Andrews will second the move.
Thank you. Yes, I don't intend to speak to this. It comes to full council annually. It's been through A&G. There's very little to add on previous years, so I will leave it there.
Councillor Andrews.
I'm happy to second it. You know, it's an annual report, so it should come no surprise. Hopefully people actually have read the report and understand some of the comments. There's a surplus of just over £1 million for this financial year, which is some good news. So I'm happy to support it.
Thank you. Members, do we have any debate on this? Right, so Councillor Connolly, would you like to sum up?
Happy to support.
Thank you. Right, councillors, can I ask again, do we have consensus to accept this? Thank you. Can I ask, would you like a glass of water? Oh, you've... Okay, thank you. Thank you, Marion. Thank you very much, members. Item 7, Cabinet, 4th of February 2026, minute number 118, Housing Revenue Account, budget setting 2026 to 27. We do have that as HRA in the title, but I always get that confused with Highcliffe Residents Association, so I won't use that. Sorry. Yeah, so Housing Revenue Account. Councillor Wilson, I believe you're going to move the recommendation, and Councillor Moore will second. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is definitely the housing revenue account. I'm really pleased to present this year's HRA budget because at its core, it's about giving people safe, warm, good quality homes and doing so with a long-term responsible plan behind it. This budget is fully aligned with our 30-year business plan, which gives us the stability to invest confidently in our homes, our communities, and our residents. Our HRA remains in a very healthy financial position, with reserves staying above the recommended minimum, which means we can keep delivering improvements where they matter most. The proposed rent increase is 4.8%, and that is set nationally. It keeps our rents amongst the most affordable in the area and is still well below private rented sector levels and in line with local housing allowance limits. But the real story here is what this income allows us to deliver. Next year, we're investing £43 million in major works across our housing stock and a further £25 million in planned maintenance. That means upgraded kitchens and bathrooms, better roofs and windows, stronger building safety measures, and more reliable essential components that makes people's homes safe and comfortable. We're also delivering a huge programme of work to improve our energy efficiency, with £2.3 million over the next 4 years to get every home to EPCC by 2030. and 2.8 million a year after to drive down carbon emissions further. We're making warms homer and cheaper to heat, supporting both our climate change goals and residents' household budgets. I also want to highlight the improvements we've made in making antisocial behaviour work. We've strengthened our approach, improved how we responded to issues, and invested in better support for communities. These changes are already helping people feel safer in their neighbourhoods, and this budget enables us to keep building on that progress. And importantly, our recent inspection by the regulator of social housing recognised the huge strides we have made. While we received a C1 judgment, the regulator praised our leadership, transparency, and the improvements made in safety and quality, and our clear focus on residents. This budget helps us continue that improvement journey. Alongside all of this, our tenant sustainment and Your Money teams continue to support some of our most vulnerable residents, helping people keep their tenancies, manage their finances, and stay well in their homes. So overall, this is a positive, responsible, forward-looking budget. It strengthens services, improves home, delivers new homes, tackles antisocial behaviour, drives carbon reduction, and keeps the HRA on a strong financial footing for the long term. So I'm really, really happy to present this budget to Council, and we'll put it forward as the recommendations set out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Moore, thank you.
Is that all right now? Yeah, I'll get it right eventually. As we know, BCP Homes have achieved a C1 rating, which means the council housing stock in Bournemouth and Poole is very well looked after. And Christchurch tenants are, of course, already looked after by a housing association. Regarding the proposed rent increases, currently at 4.8%, an approximate example would be a 3-bed house currently renting at around £111 a week will increase to approximately £117 a week. And residents on low incomes are, of course, eligible for help through housing benefits and universal credit. And for me, there is a clear correlation between decent housing and better outcomes for residents. Well-maintained housing minimises the risk of respiratory, health issues and trips and falls. Community development work helps minimise social isolation, improves mental health outcomes and helps build stronger communities. All good news for BCP's council tenants. Fortunately, the HRA doesn't face the same challenges as the council's general fund, but service efficiencies and reductions within the general fund can impact on services to council tenants. So the HRA has recently been used to help support the retention of play areas where the benefits council tenants and leaseholders. For example, HRA funding was used to secure Mallard Road Play Park and the Play Park in Hasler Road in my Camford Heath ward, amongst others. I'm happy to second this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Members, do we have any debate on this item? I'm not seeing any names come up. So, Councillor Wilson, can I ask you to sum up?
Thank you. I don't really need to sum up, but I would just like to thank everyone who put the work into the report, our finance colleagues, Adam in particular, in terms of just saying thank you for your time here. And yeah, Kelly and the housing team at BCP Homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, again I ask, do we have consensus to accept this? Agreed. Thank you very much. Right, members, we are now moving on, and I'm going to read you a list which I think you've all been sent anyway. This is the principles that we're going to use for this meeting, which we have used before. So the procedure will be: proposer and seconder of the budget, of the council budget recommendations, shall be afforded a combined minute of up to a combined period of up to 15 minutes for presentation of the budget. Then we have all non-administration political group leaders or their nominated spokespersons shall have up to 5 minutes to speak to the budget proposal. I don't know if I need to read out who the group leaders are. I think we all know that. And I think as long as you announce yourselves when you stand up. Then Chairman of the ONS Scrutiny, the ONS Board, who is Councillor Salmon, Kate Salmon, you have 5 minutes to speak to the budget proposal. And then if we have any valid alternatives, you then have a combined period of 10 minutes for a proposer and seconder. And all other speakers on a valid alternative budget are subject to a time limit of 3 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Rice, welcome. Any summing up speech of a proposer of a valid alternative budget proposal or an original motion will still be limited to 5 minutes. And all other speakers as well, 3 minutes, sorry, 3 minutes and 3 minutes. Right, I think I've got that right. I don't know if any of you understood it, but we'll get it right as we go along. So we move on now to item 8. Cabinet, 11th of February 2026, minute number 132, budget 2026 to 27, medium-term financial plan. So, "15 minutes for the proposers and seconders of this budget." So yes, I think sorry, where are we going to? Yes. So Councillor Cox, I understand you're going to move the recommendation and then you have a seconder in Councillor Martin. So I hope you understood how long you've got to speak.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, fellow councillors, once again, I want to start by thanking Adam Richins and his team, led by Nicola Webb and Matt Filmer, for the huge amount of work they have put into this budget and the report and the appendices. It's a mammoth task, not helped, of course, by the usual last-minute changes by central government. This year happens to be the latest they've been for about at least 10 years. BCP Council has led an open and transparent budget process involving extensive public consultations, engagement with partners and the business community, and detailed scrutiny by the Overview Scrutiny Board. Contrary to the Leader of the Opposition's accusations, there is no secret plots about increasing council tax, no deals with ministers in corridors, unlike the last lot. We were invited to apply on the 1st of December. We responded on the 5th of December that we would consider it, and we briefed all councillors on the 10th of December, that is, those who turned up for the budget briefing. After carefully reviewing the application for flexibility, we completed it and submitted it on the 6th of January. We have been completely open and transparent about the council tax flexibility as is possible to be. This is a universe away from the scheming and closed doors which the previous administration undertook about the beach hut proposals. So this year's budget is a story of many parts. Until a few days ago, we had the continuing abomination, which was the funding of the SEND services. Keeping debts off balance sheet while deliberately underfunding a statutory service was deceitful, it was dishonest, and it was a disgrace. In BCP, we crossed the proverbial Rubicon when the accumulated deficits from SEND that are now dwarfing the council's own reserves. His Majesty's government previously decided that we could just borrow, saddling council taxpayers with millions of pounds of interest. Borrowing to pay for day-to-day expenditure was supposed to be a red line. Clearly not for the government. The new government committed to returning the SEND system to financial sustainability in 2025. That didn't quite happen. However, to be fair, at least we now have a plan. The government will take on SEND costs, but only from April 2028. They will pay off 90% of the accumulated debt at the 31st of March 2026, if, and only if, they approve a local send reform plan. Let's not forget, councillors, that they proved to be extremely difficult when we tried to do that the last time. We can only assume that they will make the same offer for additional deficits which will arise for the periods incurred from 2026 and 2028. At the 31st of March 2028, the statutory override will cease. The balance on any send debt will be BCP's liability. That's a debt of £38 million. Based on current projections, unless BCP retains additional amounts into reserves and seeks capitalisation directions, BCP will then be legally insolvent. On the one hand, the government has provided us with resources such that we can add back interest costs of about £15 million in the 2 years ended March 2028. But on the other hand, they've landed us with a £38 million black hole to fill in just 2 years. Last year, we had a general fund balanced over 4 years, despite being landed with £11 million of additional costs by the new Labour government in the form of unfunded national insurance and higher national living wage awards. After last year's breach of trust, we now have another raid by central government on the resources of BCP and other, mainly southern councils. A raid made worse by one local Labour MP after another, putting press releases out to basically lie to the public that we were getting more money. We're not, we're getting less money. The unfair funding review will strip BCP of £15 million a year by 2028 of government funding and grants, while we're still saddled with £38 million debt for send. In this budget, BCP has a choice. We can devastate local services valued by residents, making cuts to libraries, lifeguards, leisure centres, or we can accept the government's offer to increase council tax by an additional 1.75%, only partially restoring the disastrous decision of the last administration to waive over 2%. Raising council tax at this time is not, and I repeat, not a choice any of us want to make, not least of all me. However, our primary duty as councillors is to provide statutory services to some of the most vulnerable children and adults in our community, which is sustainable. The poorest are protected by exemptions, and so we must ask those with the broader shoulders to take some of the burden. We have decided to accept the offer to increase council tax by an additional 1.75%, so council tax will go up by 6.74%. BCP council tax, however, will still be less than the national average. We will still be less than £100 less council tax than Dorset Council. And of course, we will be a fraction of the increase wanted last year by Conservative-run Hampshire, who wanted to increase it by 15%. We will be investing £14 million in further savings. We will be implementing, £15 million in further savings set out in Appendix 5A, a significant proportion of which represents increases in fees and charges and efficiency savings and agreed without comment by scrutiny. We will provide £9.2 million in extra resources in children's services and £11.5 million in wellbeing services to cover the demand and inflationary pressures in those areas. There are key assumptions within this budget, which include 2.8% pay increase, a utilisation of one-off business rate collection funds to deliver regeneration activity and to continue to try and externalise the Russell Coates Museum, amongst other things. The risks we face are significant, and they are well set out in the Section 25 report by the Section 151 officer. There are contingencies, provisions and reserves to deal with these, to deal with the ones that we face. We mess with these at our peril. This Three Towns Alliance budget continues to protect cultural and community development. We continue to invest in our highways and street cleaning. We continue to invest in our fleet to make it more client friendly and create local action plans for green energy. Colleagues, let us not forget what we inherited less than 3 years ago and what we have achieved so far. We inherited a best value notice because of reckless budgets and risky assumptions. We removed this in record time. We inherited a children's services rated as inadequate, with underinvestment and inadequate priority for improvement. Together, we have achieved what few other councils have, a 2-level improvement to good. We inherited a big plan designed to soothe egos and political ambitions. This was replaced by a corporate strategy which puts people and places at the heart of what we do. We inherited a failed regeneration company, now replaced by a fully funded in-house team concentrating on getting the basics right. And we inherited an underinvested homeless strategy, which had over 100 families staying in bed and breakfast accommodation, where we now have none, and none for over 12 months. A groundbreaking achievement, the envy of many councils up and down the country. We now also have, on top of that, a top-rated social housing department, one of the best in the country, and improving SEND services, all of which has been independently verified. This is what happens when you start getting the basics right, when you stop dealing or stop trying to promote vanity projects. In 2024, we set a budget which rescued the council's finances, BCP Council, from the Conservative budgets addicted to drawing £30 million a year from reserves. That was a tough budget, and we are still dealing with that, and we're still delivering on it. This budget will continue to add to reserves and deal with the fundamentals and reject gimmicks so beloved of the last administration. I would therefore ask the Council to approve the decisions laid out in the papers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. Councillor Martin, do you wish to speak now and second the budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you, so as to, do we? Members, we have received notice of 2 alternative budget proposals, and these have been circulated and you will have read them prior to this evening's meeting. Sorry? Oh, right. Okay, well, I did ask that. Yes, okay. Sorry, members, I'm going backwards in my papers. So instead of going for the next budget proposal, we are going to allow speakers on the budget as proposed by Councillor Cox. I have a list of the groups here. So shall I just read them out and do them in the order I've got them? I don't think they're alphabetical or anything. Okay, so Conservative group, leader Councillor Beasley or a nominated person. Is it you, Councillor Beasley? Thank you, Councillor Beasley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This budget forever reshapes increases in taxes charged by BCP Council to its residents. Last December, the Lib Dem leadership asked the government for permission to raise council tax by more than the maximum 4.99%, but without the inconvenience of a public referendum, which would normally be required. The administration's preferred increase was for 7.4%, and the Lib Dems have now granted an inflation-busting 6.74%, which will add another £125 for an average property in Band D forever. Being granted exceptional financial support is an extremely slippery slope, with the real pain yet to come from the demands of government with the local SEND reform plan, which we shall have to agree. Asset sales on an unprecedented scale are likely to follow very soon. The damning comments about the Council's DSG performance and strategy from prominent head teachers last year is an ominous sign. All of this, on top of the new precept being charged for the Lib Dems' brand new tax-raising town councils,
Everybody knows that this figure will only increase as the town councils grow their appetite to do more and spend residents' money on services abandoned by this council. It's worth remembering that these town councils will start tapping the pockets of residents immediately, spending £1 million on elections this spring, which could have been saved by combining the elections with those taking place next year. The costs for taxpayers will continue to mount, with the new town clerks alone costing a gross £250,000 a year before anything begins to get done or other posts are filled. And as if that isn't enough, very soon we shall be seeing more costs for local taxpayers with the government's new regional mayors, more layers of local bureaucracy which nobody asked for and which nobody, apart from the politicians, actually wants or needs or can afford. As usual, we shall hear that it is everybody else's fault that our residents have to pay so much more. It will be blamed on the last Conservative government, the current Labour government, and the last Conservative administration. What we won't hear is that it is the fault of this administration, not that it is their responsibility to do more to run the council more efficiently and cut costs, without always slashing services for residents and charging them even more. Instead, we shall hear that the Senedd budget is overwhelming, and so the council must tax more and more and deliver less and less services, other than the statutory minimum. Most residents recognise the administration's continued lack of ambition to keep bills down for residents, leading to even higher taxes forever, and a complete unwillingness to do so in an accepted, democratic, open and transparent manner. The financial proposals which prop up this budget could be done differently and better. The Conservatives made alternative budget proposals. These were discarded as being unsustainable and higher risk, largely because they didn't pass on the full cost to residents, but require proper management of the current year's budget. Experience shows that any suggestions about income and expenditure from this side of the chamber will be ridiculed by the administration and will be voted down by them and their payroll colleagues. It doesn't have to be like this, but that is the reality. The lack of ambition and dogged adherence to pet political priorities are the hallmarks of this administration, and it is clear that these will not be abandoned now. This administration could, of course, make these changes and save the council money that it doesn't have. It could undertake a proper review to squeeze out inefficiencies and wastage through taking a long, hard look at transformation to seriously reduce headcount rather than risking having that decision forced upon it. Council tax support will remove these extra tax burdens for some people who are on benefits, but there are very many who get no help and are really struggling, especially those of working age who pay their taxes, young families trying to make their way with a mortgage, and the elderly who are grappling with their bills already, yet are on fixed incomes with no means of support. This council and the majority of councillors are clearly intent on making life even harder for them, this year and every year into the future with this budget. The Lib Dem administration is addicted to raising taxes on local people at every opportunity. They will say that the alternative is further cuts in services. They never talk about making the council truly more efficient and businesslike, as that is the much harder option, much harder than forcing residents to pay more and then blaming the government. The transformation agenda has not delivered as it should have done, despite already costing council taxpayers a fortune. A real grip on this alone would have embedded much more financial security for the council, as has been achieved by other councils now facing similar Senedd challenges. In closing, Madam Chair, I cannot support this artificially constructed budget based on a central strategy of the council taxpayer picking up the entire tab without the need for the council to do very much at all, other than cutting services yet again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Beasley. Councillor Canavan for the Labour Group, would you like to speak now?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I've been reflecting back to the elections that we had in 2019 and the turbulent years that followed and the changes, political changes that happened in that time, and the decisions that were made in that time, which, as Councillor Cox has reflected on, has stayed with us until that time. We still have the legacy of those bad decisions and difficult times in terms of trying to manage the projects which the Conservative administration were pursuing. It seems quite a while ago now since I asked the question about whether or not it was possible to make up the difference that this council had lost in the previous administration not fulfilling or not making up the complete amount of increase in council tax that it could. And I think we've now come to the point where, you know, that's had to happen. But what I've also been reflecting on is what's the public understanding of all of this? I think, and this is obviously only my view, but I think people get that there was some serious mistakes made in that previous administration. And I think the outcome of that dissatisfaction was demonstrated in the 2023 election results. So I think the public get that because it was those decisions that led to that result. I also think people generally get that local government generally has been underfunded by a whole series of governments. I think that's understood. What I think is less understood is the more kind of nuanced detail of local government finance. I must admit, I struggle with it sometimes. But this debate about the core spending power of the council has increased by 13.5% between 24-25 and 28-29. Now, I'm sure all sorts of statistics can be submitted to show that the council actually now getting less. But what people see is the amount of money that this council is collecting through council tax. And they see that this is a proposal to increase their council tax. So what does that lead to in terms of their expectations? And I think that's a reasonable question to ask. I think that the sort of issues that I get, and I don't suppose my email inbox is much different to anybody else's, but you do get questions about what the council is spending its money on. So the other day I had a phone call from an elderly lady who lived on her own. She was 87 and was frantic, and literally frantic, that her bins had not been emptied for 2 weeks. And she was really concerned that her bins were piling up and they were overflowing with rubbish, and she was concerned that because the bins were overflowing, they wouldn't be collected for a third week running. So concerned was she had to go to her doctors and explain what her stress levels were and why she had developed shingles. So this is the level of service that I think people expect to see from this council. This is basic stuff. And people say all the time about potholes and their street cleans and litter and fly tipping. And those are the things that I think people have a reasonable expectation to expect will be delivered. I'm not going to say anything about the amendment because I'll say something more about that at the moment. But just a final word about SEND, because that has been mentioned. I had the fortunate opportunity this afternoon to have a briefing with the Secretary of State, Bridget Phillipson. This change is huge. This is £4 billion worth of investment in a new system that will make things better for the children in our community. And frankly, to talk about the difference between 90% and 100%, I think is really poor, because we know there is additional support coming. So it's, without the amendment that we've got, it's not a budget that we can support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Canavan. The Green Group, Councillor Rigby, are you going to speak? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to start where I usually do and be honest, and I really don't envy you guys over there and having to do this budget. We know we're operating within a local government finance system which isn't under pressure. It is broken, and not just BCP, but councils across the country have been sounding this alarm for years. And we're being kept afloat by technical fixes, accounting devices, things here and there. Labour coming up with statistics, but 13 million aren't quite 13 million and wanting to pay 90% of their bills, but not all of it. I'd love to pay 90% of my bills, but I don't think my bank would be that happy. So yeah, I've got empathy for you, trying to steer this council in the right direction, but my empathy isn't endorsement. This budget is asking residents to swallow over 6% council tax increases. For many households, that's not a small adjustment. It's another hit every month in the middle of a cost of living crisis. And it doesn't stop there either. A significant chunk of the savings schedule isn't savings, it's income generation through increased fees and charges across general operations, commercial operations, infrastructure, arts and property, environment. And I'd go ahead and call this a double dip into the residents' pockets. But with the town councils coming as well, it's a double dip into the pockets and then coming back and trying to steal the trousers as well. So we can't keep doing that. Fees and charges aren't neutral. They hit those on the lowest incomes first. They quietly price people out of not being able to get by day to day. The approach shifts the burden of a broken funding system onto people who are already struggling and don't qualify for those council tax or other discounts and benefits. We're told this is a balanced budget, and on paper, perhaps it is, but in reality, it's resting on shaky foundations. We're carrying overspending from last year into the next. We're relying on future efficiencies to be identified and broad assumptions about income from higher charges that haven't been tested against the residents' abilities to pay. And I know we as Greens, we keep saying, make hope normal again, but I didn't mean that was a financial strategy. When you combine rising demand in adult social care and SEND with a history of overspends, it's reasonable to ask whether this budget is genuinely balanced or just balanced on paper. It's not a slight on the administration or the officers who put this together, and I know you've put a lot of work into this, but the national backdrop, you're papering over the cracks while the roof's on fire. What would we do differently then? With a group of just 7, getting the resources to plan a full alternative budget is nearly impossible. So the Green approach has to start from a different place. What would we do if we had the resource and we were sat in your position? We conduct full impact assessments on every proposed fee or charge increase, paying particular attention to affordability for the least advantaged in communities and exemptions where necessary. We'd explore progressive revenue options that don't disproportionately burden those with the least ability to pay, including fairer commercial income strategies, working with cooperatives, working with social enterprises that do not undermine access to essential services. We prioritise preventative investment into services, reducing long-term costs going to external contractors, instead working on home-based care alternatives, early support for families, bringing services back in-house. We'd relentlessly campaign to central government for a fair funding settlements and recognise the demographic pressures, especially on SEND and social care, rather than relying on reserves or increasing council taxes. And a really key thing is demanding an alternative to the council tax strategy that is progressive and tied to an ability to pay, like a land value tax. We know we can't do this in a room, but we can campaign for it. So in closing, I recognise the backdrop, I see the pressure. Local government finance is broken and we didn't break it here. This budget crosses a line. It normalises the idea that when the system's failing, we pass the bill on to residents. There's no transparency and no protection for those least able to pay. No honest reckoning with the scale of the challenge ahead. It's not a Green approach, and I don't think it should be our approach to local government. That's why I'm not going to be able to put my name or our group's name to passing this budget tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rigby. Councillor Bartlett for the BCP Independent Group. Would you wish to speak now? Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I won't be speaking on behalf of the group, but I'd like to speak as an individual later on, if I may. Thank you.
So does that mean he doesn't want to speak now? Okay. BCP Reform Group. Do we have a speaker? Thank you, Councillor Farr.
So, we are asked, as elected members of this council, to vote for a budget that will make our residents poorer, forcing onto them council tax rise of an unprecedented 6.744%. They are being asked to pay for more services, paying for more whilst receiving less back in services. Since taking control, the Lib Dem administration has created these brand new town councils, which nobody's asked for. I was never asked for it, but it's happening anyway. Cancelled the popular annual Bournemouth Air Festival, cut services, jobs and community events. We're even being told there's no money for potholes, while spending continues elsewhere and new council roles are created. Financial incompetence has led to the amassing debt for the council. Meanwhile, households already struggling with bills are expected to foot the cost. This isn't fair. It isn't sustainable, and it isn't what residents voted for. Enough is enough. Residents deserve value for money, not endless increases. Plus, on top of that, the Lib Dem-led administration has colluded with government to do this, bypassing the electorate and avoiding a referendum. Are they for it? But they are happy to impose extra bureaucracy on us that no one asked for in the form of 3 newly created town councils, initially costing an extra £1 million of their council tax. Additionally, in recent days, we have heard that the Greens proposed budget amendments and Labour have put forward an alternative budget. We'd like to make clear our position as Reform. We've decided not to propose an alternative budget at this time. Every indication would show an unwillingness from the administration to listen, so we'll just prove a waste of council officers' time. Residents will have the opportunity to vote for real change and radical reform in May 2027, and indeed this May for a chance to see real change if running these town councils. We will show responsibility of our residents' money and restraint, something that has been sorely lacking since the inception of BCP. As the Reform Group, myself and Councillor Adams will vote against this unprecedented tax rise and proposed budget before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Farr. Now, the last group I have on my list here is Pool Engage. Councillor Butt, do you wish to speak now?
Madam Chair, I speak this evening with one priority above all others: the well-being of the people who live in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. Every decision we make, and my auto cue has stopped, that's typical, every decision we make tonight affects real households, real budgets and real pressures that must guide us. I'm so sorry, Madam Chairman, but my speech seems to have frozen. Could you give me one moment? Oh. I don't know what's happened.
Do you want to carry on, Councillor Butt?
I'm so sorry, Madam Chairman.
Do you want to have a break and I'll ask another speaker to come in?
My apologies, I don't know what has happened to my system. Waiting with bated breath. Not. Okay, I can scroll up, Madam Chairman. I will begin again, if I may. My deepest apologies. Madam Chairman, I speak this evening with one priority above all others: the well-being of the people who live in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. Every decision we make tonight affects real households, real budgets and real pressures. That must guide us. The Council's own budget framework is built on a 499% council tax increase. That level, whilst already challenging for many families, delivers a lawful balanced budget. Government has granted permission for the Council to go further and raise council tax to 6.74, but permission is not instruction. The choice is ours, and residents deserve clarity. The question tonight is not whether we can set a legal budget. We can. The question is whether we choose to ask households to pay more than the standard level. We must also recognise the cost of living reality facing our communities. Wages have not kept pace with inflation. Food, energy, rent and mortgages remain high. Families are still struggling with the most prolonged cost of living pressure in a generation. A 4.99% increase is already difficult. A rise to 6.74 is simply not an increase. It's an unnecessary escalation at a time when people have the least capacity to absorb it. Council tax is not an abstract number, it is a bill that arrives on the doormats of every home. There's also been a suggestion, both in this chamber and in the media, that SEND services depend on raising council tax above 4.99. That is not how the system works. SEND provision is funded through the Dedicated Schools Grant, a national ring-fenced allocation. Council tax cannot legally be used to fund SEND services directly. What is proposed here is something different, using the extra council tax to replenish reserves and then using those reserves to cover the council's remaining share of the historic SEND deficit, a deficit created by a national funding system widely acknowledged to be inadequate. Residents must understand that distinction. This is not council tax funding SEND support. It is council tax covering the consequences of a national structural problem and the cost of local discretionary choices, including the residence card scheme, the creation of new town councils, more than 2 million of non-statutory projects. These are choices, not necessities, and they have real financial impacts on households. Families who rely on SEND services deserve honesty, and residents deserve transparency. What about their money? It is not being used for. Residents are also facing rising local charges since 2023. Parking costs have increased repeatedly. The 2023 harmonisation raised charges in many areas. A further 4% increase already in place for 2025, etc., etc. This test cannot simply be whether we can raise tax, the test must be whether we must. On top of this, the 3 town councils have been created despite consultation results showing a clear majority oppose them. These town councils will raise over 4 million, yet in additional precepts. These precepts are uncapped, they sit on top of BCP Council tax, and they'll raise further whenever additional services are transferred or taken on. Town councils do not come for free. And then there is value for money. 2 million has been committed to discretionary projects that were not requested by the public. We've got 11 allotments now costing us £4 million a year in precepts, where before they cost 50,000. How can that be value for money? How can that be good governance? This is just the cost of creating and maintaining new layers of governance. This administration rules by imposition, certainly not by example. Do as I say, certainly not as I do. Residents were promised financial stability, yet the evidence shows continuing pressure, rising charges and increasing burdens on households. A 4.99% increase sets a lawful budget. Going beyond that is not a matter of necessity, it's a matter of choice. Our responsibility is to our residents. We must show restraint and ensure every pound taken from households is strictly necessary. Residents expect discipline, transparency and value for money. They expect us to act with their interests at heart. In 3 years, this administration has failed to deliver this. The promises made in their glossy election literature in 2023, but dust in their mouths. For reasons stated now to the respect for the people we serve, I cannot support asking residents to pay more than the standard level. I will therefore vote against the 6.74% increase. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Butt. Now, I'm going to call upon the Chairman of the Overview and Scrutiny Board, who has 5 minutes if you wish to speak, Councillor Summon. Councillor Kate Summon.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The Overview and Scrutiny Board held a meeting dedicated to scrutiny of the budget proposals on Monday, the 9th of February. It was very unfortunate that for reasons entirely outside the control of this council, the full facts underpinning this year's budget were only communicated to us here in BCP by the government a matter of hours before the meeting, and to the members of the ONS board just 13 minutes before it started. The overview and scrutiny function of this council has made serious and sustained efforts now over several years to engage in meaningful scrutiny of the budget. Each year, we have reviewed and revised our approach in an attempt to ensure that we can fulfil our critical friend role robustly, with the aim always of doing the best that we can for those who live, work and study in BCP. What has become apparent, I think, to all of us in that time is that the financial situation of the council is so constrained by external factors that there are very few, if any, opportunities for positive decision making. Everywhere we turn, every avenue we explore leads us back to the same answer. There is already no money for that. Or if money is found, there's already a queue of demands in place that it must be used to meet. Our chosen focus as a board this year in terms of the budget paper was to look in detail at the schedule of savings put forward by each council directorate and to focus in particular on the impact those savings will have on residents and communities. Corporate directors provided a level of assurance that the savings proposed in this budget have been designed to minimise resident impact as far as possible, and rather rely on factors such as greater uptake of services or natural wastage on the payroll. I do, however, remain concerned about deliverability, given that the actual outturn figures for the current financial year, which have shown a consistent overspend each quarter so far. As I've mentioned already, regrettably, scrutiny had no opportunity to prepare or plan for discussion of the proposed council tax rise or the impact of the announcement on the SEND deficit, as these only came through at the last minute. And officers simply hadn't had time even to read the documents in full, let alone assess their impact. As chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Board, I find it very disappointing that this council's scrutiny function has been so thoroughly undermined this year by government delays to the final settlement announcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Salmon, for the Overview and Scrutiny Board piece. Right, now I'm going to get this right this time. I'm looking at the monitoring officer. Now, we then get... Yes, may I just say, I was misinformed last time, but let's hope we get it right this time. So we now do the alternative budget proposals. We have the alternative budget proposals. You have had these circulated, and so the first one, I'm so sorry, Andy Martin, but did you want to speak at the end of this? We haven't had the debate on this yet.
I wouldn't mind speaking now, actually. Is that in order or not?
Councillor Martin, if you speak now on the substantive motion, you'll lose your right to speak at the end. So is that all right?
No, my apologies. I thought I was going to exercise my right now, but I'll leave it till a little bit later. That's fine.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. I think we've cleared that up. I hope we have, because I'm getting going round in circles up here. So now, again, we've got two alternative budget proposals. You've had them in your package. Now, I'm going to call on the Green group first. I think Councillor Rachel Pattinson-West and Councillor Rigby are going to propose in second. And you have 10 minutes between you. So I don't know how you're going to work that out. So Councillor Pattinson-West, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the Chief Financial Officer and team for their support in bringing this amendment, which I trust that everybody has had sight of. Firstly, this is not the budget any of us would have wanted to set. Let us be clear that the settlement from the Labour government is nothing but the gift of austerity in red wrapping paper rather than blue. It is ongoing and significant underinvestment in public services and councils over many years and by successive governments. The suggestion from this Labour government that our core spending power has increased is disingenuous and manipulative. This figure assumes that BCP Council will continue to hike council tax at the maximum rates for the length of the settlement. Grants to the council are in fact dropping by 1%, 2.7% and 4.1% in each year of the latest settlement, before looking at the issues which have already been spoken to regarding SEND provision. And all at a time when finances, both within the council and for many of our residents, are dire. However, rightly, our residents expect core services to continue and want to see the council performing across the board. It has been said for many years in this chamber that this is not sustainable, and this year we need to ensure that our voices are heard loud and clear in Westminster. So what is now absolutely imperative is that we show the utmost financial acumen with the situation in which we find ourselves, that we learn the lessons of past vanity projects and financial disasters. We have seen BCP Council make some egregious errors in judgment, from beach restaurants that close weeks after opening, costing over £170,000, to over £115,000 spent on supposed due diligence for the Barclays House building that we did not need, And then there's the absolute horror show that was Future Places, wasting over 5 million, yet paying out over £100,000 in bonuses. Our residents deserve better than this. This amendment seeks to reallocate £35,000, which on face value seems like a small amount in the context of the overall budget. However, we believe that this reallocation can have potentially a much greater impact on learning the lessons of the past and ensuring far greater scrutiny in future services. We are proposing the removal of the lead member roles and that the funding allocated to them is diverted to a ring-fenced fund to be used to support the effective discharge of the Council's statutory governance and scrutiny functions. The lead member roles that we are suggesting removing were not utilised until 2020, when then leader Councillor Mellor decided that his incredibly slim minority needed some additions. As we can see from the disastrous financial decisions made during that time, and already mentioned earlier, beach restaurants, Barclays House and Future Places, they did not have a positive impact on the financial stability of this council. At a time when budgets continue to be slashed and already having many hard-working councillors bloating the cabinet when it was not previously needed under the stewardship of Councillor Slade should be removed. I hope that you can agree with us that this money would be best served ensuring that decision-making is in the best interests of the council and not for additional positions at the behest of the leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pattison-West. Councillor Rigby, would you wish to speak now?
I will second, but I'll reserve my right to speak. I think you've heard enough from me for the time being.
Right, so to open the debate, we're back now, members, to the 3 minutes. So we're just back to 3 minutes for all speakers on this item. Councillor Gillett.
So firstly, I'd like to start with recognition to the chair of the Audit and Governance Committee, who does a really excellent job and is extremely capable of raising any required investigative work through her committee. One of the items which has been bounced around on the internet is talking about a full independent review into Future Places. The cost of that would be far greater than the amounts which are proposed here. There is a precedent for this type of review costing up to a 7-figure sum in places like King's Lynn. And while I mentioned a 7-figure sum, it's worth mentioning that we're only removing 2 lead members at £12,000 each is the cost plus the pensions. And what would it achieve? You're not going to get any money back from Future Places project from the last administration, just some grim partisan politics, some finger pointing at councillors who are probably not in this chamber anymore. And if the independent review costs a similar amount to other authorities, you'll also require very deep cuts to frontline services. So we propose removing the lead members and funding this to fund this. So what do we lose by removing, let's say, the lead member for performance? We lose somebody who has a proven track record as a consultant for creating better outcomes and saving millions of pounds in council after council after council across the UK. We lose somebody who has a proven track record of rolling out the largest integrated health and social care service in support of council officers across the Midlands with clearly demonstrated outcomes funded by efficiency savings of millions of pounds. We lose somebody that was so in demand by local authorities as a consultant that her former employer were able to charge authorities £5,000 a day for her time. And we're moaning today that we're going to have to pay £33 a day because being semi-retired, she wants to give something back to her community. This lead member is clearly not a cost pressure. It is one of the most exceptional value items in this budget. Look, if anyone in this chamber is dusting off their CV and they go, do you know what, I was a KC and I've been charging £1,000 an hour for other local authorities, and you want to be a lead member, you know, I would consider supporting you as an additional lead member. We can have up to 6. I cannot support this amendment because it says we must run roughshod over improving outcomes for the most vulnerable people in society rather than supporting the politics of hope that we can improve outcomes and improve efficiency. I'll wrap up, I was running out of time. Having a lead member for performance of this calibre brings hope to politics, hope for better outcomes, hope for efficiency, and hope that is proved on a proven track record. This amendment is for people who see no hope in politics and see only space for finger pointing and blame at the former Tory administration. I can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Waite.
Good evening. I welcome the comments made about austerity in red wrapping paper. I wholly agree with that. However, I would suggest that the amendment is withdrawn. I think it negatively affects your credibility because not only are the figures wrong, but you will all be aware that A&G went through a painstaking period of negotiation to come up with this compromise, after which we committed significant internal audit resource. The questions and answers have been exhausted at this point. And it just begs the question, why would any councillor here again bother to compromise with councillors who then don't stick to their word? I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do support this amendment, and the reason, and I think what we're talking about here is principle. The principle that audit and governance and scrutiny of the council should be without consideration of cost. That might be a bit of an extreme statement, but we have to protect our democracy with systems. We must not question the independence of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee or the Governance Committee. And what we have here is a situation where an investigation was not approved because we were told there was no budget. Now, I can give you examples where other things crop up during the year which are not budgeted for, and isn't that what reserves are for? If you need an investigation based on the merits of the situation at the time, we should be able to go ahead and do it. If that's what one of the committees says they need to do, then they need to do it and not be stopped because somebody said there is no budget for it. Now, I can give you an example where, say last year, we had unplanned 6 senior members of staff left the council. The exit costs were approaching £1 million. Wasn't planned for. They weren't planned redundancies. They just happened. And guess what? We had the money somewhere, didn't we? So please don't say that we can't have proper scrutiny and governance because we don't have a budget for it. We need to be able to afford it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Moore.
Thank you. I do want to speak in support of the lead member roles. One is the new lead member, as we've heard, for performance, a role specifically designed to save the council money in the future and selected because of proven prior working experience in this field. The second lead member role covers homelessness and cost of living. Homelessness in this area is a critical issue. Partnership working is essential and our results are very good. But given the nature of the problem, there will always be more to do. We also now have one of the best SWEP services in the country. And regarding cost of living work, we used to administer the National Housing Support Fund, but this is about to be replaced by the new Crisis Resilience Fund with a huge number of changes to take on board. Important because this is a fund which is there to help protect our most financially vulnerable residents. These are large and important briefs. So of course we need lead members who are active, highly motivated and effective. And that is exactly what we've got. I will not support this amendment. We no longer actually need this amendment or this name reserve, but we do need our lead members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Joe Salmon, please.
So let's just remember what's happened in the last year. Last year, Audit and Governance Committee, it was confirmed that the committee has no dedicated budget whatsoever to commission independent external investigations. Now, that is extraordinary. We are a council under exceptional financial pressures. We're carrying enormous send exposure. We have been served the best value notice in the recent past, and we are managing a number of complex commercial regeneration projects involving significant sums of public money. And yet, the public body charged with oversight has no independent financial resources, financial capacity, without executive approval, which, as we've seen, is not exactly forthcoming when it comes to looking into where the council's got things so wrong. That is not healthy governance. So yeah, I tell you what, this motion doesn't mention future places specifically, but if we want to talk about future places, let's be really clear, a lot of what has come to light about future places isn't as a result of internal council investigations. It's because of dedicated citizen journalists who've gone and done the digging, put in their own FOIs, exposed things like the recruitment practices being made fit for ONS after they've happened and so forth. Now, listen, when governance questions arise involving significant sums of public money, independence matters. And when questions touch the highest levels of decision making within the council, it is simply not appropriate for the council to rely solely on internal processes with clear limits to their capacity, given how slowly the work on audit and governance is moving forward, if indeed it is moving forward at all. This amendment does one simple thing. It creates a small ring-fenced governance and assurance reserve of 35k to allow audit and governance or scrutiny to commission independent external reviews quickly, without delay, and without dependency, and without politics. And the figures are right. For God's sake, we've all just been chatting about how brilliant Adam is. Obviously, this has been cleared by Adam. For God's sake, what a ridiculous critique. Listen, this does not increase spending. Okay? It reallocates what is essentially a rounding error in a £452 million budget. And let's be honest, we do not need the additional lead member roles. Other councils do absolutely fine without them. There is a cabinet. If you need people on cabinet with these talents, put them on your cabinet. Or I'll tell you what, if it's really worth that money, do what Drew did. Take it out of the leader's salary again. I cannot believe that we're being told that we need all of this additional money thrown at executives and so forth, especially when we're being told, oh, there's no money elsewhere. We were asked to go and find the money to make sure audit and governance could do its job. We've done it. We found that very reasonable to cut. I hope we all support this motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Salmon. I have Councillor Connolly. Can I just have a word with Councillor Cox for a minute? I've got you down here, Councillor Cox, as a speaker, but in fact you're probably better off rounding up at the end of this debate. If you'd like to turn your... No, you have to round up, I'm told. Would you like to inquire of the monitoring officer? Right, so if you turn yourself off, you'll go off my screen. Didn't work. No, it didn't work. Oh, I see Councillor Earl has... I'm so sorry, members. We're getting too many people pressing too many buttons. Councillor Connolly.
Thank you. I'm not entirely sure where to start after that. Yeah. First thing I want to say is I think that was deeply offensive to the huge amount of work undertaken by the head of management assurance. I think it's an incredible piece of work that he's done. It's a very, very thorough report. I do not disagree that there has been a contribution by members of the public, certainly, and in many cases that was incorporated into the report and acknowledged. So I just want to say I do not support in any way any denigration of the investigation so far. I would note that it's not concluded. We have not yet sent the final report to full council, and we are still proceeding with that right now. I wasn't going to take a particularly strong view on this. I don't have strong feelings about lead members. I could only say that I wish you'd talk to me about this before putting the motion forward, the amendment forward. I was not chair at the time of that discussion of A&G when it was talked about there not being any money or anything. But since then, I have had conversations. I've spoken to the monitoring officer, I've taken advice, and A&G does have the ability to access funds if needed. A&G could take a request to full council at any point to request the funds for any ad hoc investigation. It was not the case that there was the money readily available just to sign off there and then. You have to go through a process. We would have to get full council approval for that, and that is quite right. So it is not true to say that A&G could not commission external work if it wanted. Secondly, I note that there are other ways that we could support external work. So I have never ruled out doing specific targeted pieces of external investigation as required. I've never ruled that out, but there are budgets in which that could come from. So the internal audit we have at A&G's disposal, we have the entire internal audit, and they have a budget also incorporated in that for supplementing work. The monitoring officer has a budget for additional legal advice. There are ways we can do this in addition to going to full council. So I do not feel that A&G is in any way limited in doing that. Another thing I'd add is 35 grand doesn't scratch the sides of a meaningful piece of external investigation. So if you're talking about a really significant amount, then that might be one thing. But I would say that it is not an investigative committee. It is not the role of A&G to be undertaking investigations. Our external auditor confirmed that they were content with the work that we've done in Future Places, but we had to then rein it in because we are not an investigative body. I think that is an important thing to note for that context. So the final thing I would say is that it would be quite right to come to Future Places, to come to full council if we needed the resources for an ad hoc request, but I do not agree with having £35,000 sitting unused, unneeded, in case we so decided to use it. That's at least 3 pieces of play park equipment. So for the sake of being able to go straight to full council if we need it, I disagree with the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Connolly. Now I have Councillors Tarling, Earl and Brown to speak, and then Councillor Rigby is going to use his speaking as seconder. So can I call on Michael Tarling, please?
Yeah, thank you very much. Councillor Connolly has said it beautifully and a lot better than I was going to say, but pretty much addressed the same point. I'm a member of Audit and Governance. We spent pretty much a full session on writing the brief for the internal investigation to Future Places. We have spent so many hours on this to the point we nearly exhausted our internal auditor on the investigation. At no point did we refuse to engage with an external audit if it was felt necessary. There was a very long investigation and it turned up quite a few practices which aren't best or in offering best value. I think that's the decision that supports the decision that this council made at the start of this administration to close Future Places. You know, and I think with hindsight, we'd all say we could do it better. I'm really surprised that the actual motion has been brought by the Green Party. There was in the committee, the proposal for an external investigation was led by a Green member and supported by a Conservative member. I was really concerned as to why this was and why money was going to be spent. And by not 36,000, we're talking about hundreds of £1,000s because we'd have to provide legal counsel fees for the private individuals that we'd be investigating. They have the right to that, and that would run into hundreds of thousands, which is why we wanted to do the internal investigation. If we turned up anything that was criminal or required further investigation that would have some merit, we would have undertaken that. And as Councillor Connolly rightly said, we weren't constrained. We could have gone to Cabinet and asked for the money, and we could have presented the case, and we still may if that occurs. But in my view of the findings to date, we have found a lot of stuff that isn't best practice and a lot of wanting in members and potential officers. But I'm very concerned that there was a hidden agenda by certain members to hang this on certain officers in the decision-making process. I really don't want to go into the details of the report, but I have expressed this before in A&G meetings. And any member of the public watching this, I'd say please do go. It's available on YouTube. You can actually hear all the very lengthy discussions we had in A&G if you want to know what the discussions were. I'm afraid some members who aren't on A&G here have expressed opinions which are actually wrong, or information, presented some facts there that are actually wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tarling. We have the leader now, Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank the Green Group
for bringing forward an amendment and the compliment that it pays towards our management of this budget by our administration. However, I do want to be very clear. This proposal misunderstands both the reality of our governance improvements and the transformation that this administration has made to governance over the last nearly 3 years. Since the start of this Three Towns Alliance administration, we've undergone one of the most intrusive periods of governance scrutiny of any authority in the country. We were issued with a best value notice in August 2023 because the previous administration had allowed governance, culture and financial mismanagement to deteriorate to the point where government needed to step in. Since then, we have delivered strong, proactive engagement with government and with other organisations such as SIPFA. And we actually set the record of being the only council to have a best value notice lifted, citing strengthened governance, updated transformation programmes and an improved MTFP, medium-term financial plan. Senior officials in government have explicitly thanked this council for our positive, constructive and proactive approach to improving governance and finance. I do just want to add, though, that legislation limits all local authorities to 10 cabinet members, and that's even if they are a tiny little district council, right up to large local authorities like ours. I would invite anyone who brings the same level of experience that Councillor McCormack brings to his role on homelessness and cost of living, or Councillor Logan brings to her role on performance, I would be more than willing to consider more lead members for specific roles. So yes, I just wanted to add that those roles have been specifically designed with those members in mind to tackle those areas, and I have seen it pay dividends already, and I'm looking forward to seeing what it delivers next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Now, I have Councillor Brown, Councillor Rigby and Councillor Howell, and then I'm going to ask the proposer to sum up. So that's Councillor Brown next, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and keep this brief. I can't support this Green Alternative Budget proposal because it looks to set money aside for me to look backwards to the past and to investigate past decisions, past misdemeanours, and to try and settle scores. I've volunteered at a number of organisations over the years where there have been poor decision making, poor financial management, money's been lost or wasted, and there's been financial issues in those organisations. And I've always found actually you could throw all your time and energy into looking at the past and looking at history and who did this and who did that. But actually for me, it always works best to actually draw a line under it, fix those issues, and put all your time and energy and all your focus into the future. And that is what our lead members are about. They're about focusing on the future. They're about dealing with homelessness issues and aiming to prevent it in the future. They're about improving the council's performance and efficiencies and financial savings and giving us a strong financial standing for the future. And just to put it in context, I've been working with our lead member for performance around adult social care. When you look at the adult social care budget, that's somewhere around £21,000 per hour, 24 hours a day, 365 days of the year. You know, if you remove the lead member for performance, that deals with about half an hour's adult social care budget. Probably actually, at the time we've been having this debate, actually, adult social care has cost us more than that lead member's allowance. So actually, we need that role. We need both of those lead member roles to actually deliver what we want to deliver in the future. So yeah, I can't support putting money aside to look into the past. I'd rather focus on the future.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Rigby, you're speaking in your role as seconder, and then we have Councillor Howell. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, where to start? What you've done here is you're trying to frame this debate about something that's not even mentioned in this budget amendment. All I've heard is future places and people getting a little bit angry about this. It doesn't mention future places in this amendment anywhere at all. It was used as an example in the opening speech as something which could have been investigated, right? Everyone knows it was a shambles. Everyone knows, and that's why this is coming out. Just draw a line under these things that have gone wrong. Come on. You can't just draw a line when something's a little bit in the past. Learn from mistakes, progress into the future. Don't make the same mistakes twice. That's the learning here. This is asking for £35,000 at the moment to lead members, SRAs, and it says the money can be used including, but not limited to, commission independent reviews and investigations, secure an external professional legal, audit or technical advice, enhancing scrutiny capacity or governance assurance work. This is all good stuff. This is all stuff that we should be doing. And it says 35 grand. Councillor Earle, you just said, anyone else want to be a lead member? Got some skills? Come and have 15 grand. You can appoint up to 6. So this isn't a saving of 35 grand. This is a saving of up to £90,000 a year because it's in the leader's gift to appoint up to 6 lead members. Do we need 6 lead members? No. Do we need 2? No. This is real money which is could be used somewhere better. Line by line savings we've been going through in this and seeing that every penny counts, every thousand counts. Councillor Connolly, you saying 35 grand isn't very much in the grand scheme of things. That's the average annual salary for someone. It's a lot of money. So when we're pinching pennies, we need to think about small amounts of money because it all matters. It all matters to the residents. It all matters to us here. What else? Councillor Gillett, I wish someone was as vociferous in their defence of the skills as you are of your ward colleague. Like, the new lead member for performance sounds brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You've got a cabinet. Replace someone in cabinet, bring those skills to cabinet. Yeah, you've got fantastic cabinet members, you know. Maybe sometimes you need a reshuffle. Maybe sometimes some skills are better suited than others. Maybe you need to move people around. Maybe, if we're asking residents to take a hit in the pocket, the administration should take a hit in theirs as well. That's something to think about. I think that's pretty much everything which I've taken down notes on. I just want to finish by saying it doesn't seem much, it doesn't, but it makes a difference. It makes a difference when councillors, when the administration is seen to be making cuts as well as asking residents to make cuts, as well as asking them to reach into their pocket, reach into your own pocket. Let's make some savings there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. As seconder. Councillor Howell, you're the last speaker on this.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to question something that Councillor Connolly said. She was complaining about this amendment on the basis that having £35,000 hanging around was in some way damaging to the council, and on the other hand saying that the Chief Finance Officer has said that there's more than that money available if her committee wishes to access it, which means that money must be hanging around, just in a different pot. So I think it's really important that we know from the Chief Financial Officer exactly how much money would be available should the committee wish to access it. Otherwise, we can't really assess whether the committee is being properly supported. You know, is that £100,000? Is that £1 million? You know, it's already been said that these committees are, these external reports are very expensive. So, and we know that the Chief Financial Officer keeps saying that we're at the very, very minimum that we can have as reserves. But if this money is available to the committee, it must be there as a reserve. You know, if not an earmarked reserve, in the unearmarked reserves. So I think we very much need clarity for that. And I'd just like to say something briefly about lead members, having been one. Now, I wish the new lead member all the best, but in my time as lead member, I wasn't invited once to Cabinet, informally or formally, to explain what I'd been working on or what my views were. And I found it very constricting, and you know, I'll talk in the main part of the debate about how poor our transformation programme has been, but the fact we are seemingly trusting a new member, somebody with a great deal of outside experience, but in a very limited role, charging them from to suddenly change a system that is not being proved to work, that has had £36.5 million spent on it, and it still can't be proved to work. You know, good luck.
Councillor Howell, you've raised a question here which Mr Richards is going to address for you.
Thank you, Chair. And just to respond in the sense that there is no specific earmark reserve set aside for this purpose. I think the previous references were to the fact that if council was so minded with regards to any proposal coming forward, then it would have to consider drawing on its unearmarked reserves, which is, if you like, the money set aside for, if you like, general operational risks, and anything that's come forward that actually wasn't within the original budget. So that's where the money would have to come from your unearmarked reserves.
Thank you, Mr Richards. I think that's answered the question. No, I think we've done this to death, actually, to be honest. Councillor Connolly, are you asking for a right to reply to what was said about you?
I was going to suggest that I just provide some clarifying comments. My understanding is that the monitoring officer has a budget for legal advice, that the head of audit management assurance has a budget for the purposes of auditing, and it may be that the desires of A&G committee meet the intents and purposes of that allocated funding from their operational costs. So it may be that that can be drawn on. If the requests of A&G did not align with the purposes of those operational funds, then that is when a request would be made for the additional funds. So that was my advice. So it's not that there's a pot sitting anywhere, it's that the operational budgets could be drawn on if appropriate. That was the substance of my comment.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, I'm going to ask the proposer of this budget, Councillor Pattison-West, to sum up in 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have little to say that Councillor Rigby hasn't already noted. However, just a couple of thoughts. Despite the many comments, this is not about future places. This is about having the ability to undertake independent future scrutiny and governance when we can see the issues that numerous previous bad financial decisions have had on our council. We don't want these repeated. The finances relating to the positions quoted were those from the Chief Financial Officer and include the additional sums to the headline allowance which are required for employment. It was also wonderful to hear from Councillor Gillett and others on the background of a lead member. However, unfortunately, this is the first we've heard of this, as most of us found out about the role when it appeared on the council website. These positions were not required under the first BCP Council. What has changed between now and then? If there are people with better CVs in the council to undertake work than the current cabinet, then they should be on the cabinet. If it is not thought to be needed for scrutiny and governance, then that is wonderful, and it is a saving that ensures we can spend less money and take less money from reserves at a time when finances are so seriously constrained. We are asking more and more from our residents. Surely as a council, we should be replicating this.
Thank you, Councillor. Now I'm going to call on the proposer of the original budget, which is Councillor Mike Cox, to respond in 3 minutes, please. You have 3 minutes, not in 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Green councillors have decided they want to target the allowances of 2 particular councillors who've dedicated themselves to fighting homelessness and driving efficiencies. That's a pretty odd target. One independent councillor has contributed to one of the most successful achievements in this council, and the other is a new councillor who's, we've already heard, has got skills which will assist the council in driving increased performance and efficiencies, which, if successful, improves vital services, saving millions and making BCP the envy of most local authorities. You know, I fully endorse my colleagues who have spoken for the lead member for homelessness and the achievements in that area. However, I just wanted to defend a minute the lead member for performance. We are really lucky as a council to have someone with such an in-depth knowledge and experience of running adult and children's care services. We have an opportunity here to learn and benefit from that experience, which will not just improve lives, but save millions. And believe it or not, as an accountant, I like both of those objectives, not just the saving the money. There are many great things about working in local government, but speed, efficiency, performance don't automatically trip off the tongue. The investment we are making is tiny, but the rewards could be huge. And what we are potentially dispensing with, you know, in this opportunity is huge. Putting a tiny amount of money at the disposal of the Audit and Governing Committee, I think Eleanor's spoken perfectly well about that, and it really is a waste of money. There is no money hanging around. I just want to put that to no money hanging around whatsoever. And I just want to reassure the Green members, we are not the previous administration. This is a very different administration, as Councillor Miliol has already spoken about in terms of the way we've conducted our financial due diligence. So I'm afraid I cannot support this amendment, not least as I value the work of both of those councillors and strongly believe that without their contribution, BCP will be significantly poorer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Now, members, we're going to proceed to a recorded vote, and this is on the Green Group's alternative budget. So can I ask everybody to get ready to vote on our equipment, please? All ready? Oh dear. Members, have we all voted? Yes, I think that's a yes. Right, I'll ask... Members, as you see, it's on the screen and it will be recorded in the minutes with your names. So that Green Group alternative budget has failed. I'm going to now suggest that we go to a break before we proceed. Is that all right with everybody? Thank you very much. Right, thank you, members. If we can all sit down now. Okay. So as I say, we have had two alternative budget proposals. We have voted on the first of those. And now it's the Labour group, Councillor Patrick Canavan, to speak. And I hope you've got a seconder, Councillor Canavan. I haven't got the listed one here. So Councillor Canavan, please.
Thank you, Chair. And the seconder will be Councillor Connolly. So BCP is one of only a very few local authorities permitted by the government to raise additional funding through council tax. It was this administration that applied for council tax flexibility for a 7.4% increase, and an alternative option was also to support the interest payments on the SEND deficit. That was a political choice. And in response, the government has given BCP the option of increasing council tax by 6.75%. And this increase will generate an additional £5 million. How to spend that is a political choice. And this government has also indicated that it will write off 90% of the debt that BCP Council and all English councils have accumulated in supporting children and young people with special educational needs and disabilities up to the end of the financial year. And the government that will then assume direct responsibility for costs from 2028 onwards. The value of that to BCP is £165 million. This administration has been keen to point out that there are conditions attached to this. Frankly, it was inconceivable that that amount of money would be granted without some conditions attached. And in any case, my understanding is that it may still be open to BCP to seek additional financial support for the remaining 10%, should it so wish. It seems to me that this support was designed to help BCP deliver essential services, whereas this budget seeks simply to put that additional council tax revenue back into reserves. And it's my view that this is not what this money was intended for. And residents really deserve to see some tangible benefit from paying this additional council tax. So this amendment proposes to change the budget to directly invest in filling potholes, fixing playgrounds and supporting libraries. Reserve levels would stay above the 6% of net revenue expenditure assumed in the original draft budget and above the 5% statutory minimum. Residents would then benefit from this government's support and see investment in local priorities. We know that the BCP plan for play requires a significant strategic investment, but we also know that not all phases of that plan are funded. So this amendment proposes additional support to actually make that happen. Similarly, we also know that the library strategy exists, but it also requires additional funding to support repairs, to develop open access and to ensure a comprehensive service for the public. On potholes, the new consolidated LTP funding, I hope I've got that right, will see funds for preventative patching during 26-27. But what this amendment seeks to do is to allocate an additional £500,000 to start some work immediately. Because I think, as we all must know, recent poor weather has had a significant impact on our roads and the demand for repairs is currently extremely high. So as mentioned, this Labour government plans to reform the system on SEND, and the announcement yesterday puts a £4 billion investment into that work. So I won't go over the details of the budget allocations that we propose because they're in the wording, but this is not reckless, as has been claimed. It will leave BCP with more in reserves than this administration was comfortable with just a few weeks ago. The first iteration of this budget would have taken almost £5 million out of reserves and left residents paying more for less. So, Chair, I would like to formally move this amendment. Thank you.
Right, can I ask your seconder if she wishes to speak? Councillor Connolly?
Can I reserve my right to speak?
Right, yes, thank you, Councillor Connolly. Right, a debate on the alternative budget. We give you 3 minutes. So have I got speakers, please? Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. It's really good that the Labour Group, as the Green Group, gave us advance notice of their motions. I think that's a really positive thing. I want to pay tribute to the Chief Finance Officer. It's a shame he's leaving us, and this will be his last budget. His advice throughout the time I've been a councillor has been invaluable. His advice in section 25 of the main report is clear that the application of any additional resources should be focused on ensuring financial stability, especially given the changes to the SEND deficit. And his advice on this amendment is that it doesn't do that. It is really welcome that the Labour government are seeking to rectify the broken system for children with special needs and the consequent burgeoning debt mountain. But as explained in the budget papers, that solution leaves us with at least a new £38 million debt, but whatever residual debt arises from the period between now and 2028, which could be as high as 100 million. I'm hoping that the agreements will be as Councillor Canavan has highlighted. We cannot afford to adopt the Labour addendum, nor, as we'll come to, bail out the railways. It makes a very good headline to promote 1.5 million plan for play. We have already dedicated 3.9 million from SIL to this priority for the first 3 years, and we have started delivery on the ground across BCP. We will need more funds for day's work, but there is plenty to be done with what we have right now, and the people are busy doing it. And on potholes, it's a popular topic. The current number of potholes that are being worked on is about 1,600. It's unprecedented. It's unprecedented from the engineers I've talked to in their working life. It's just not been this high, and it's because we've had such a wet winter. And I've seen one of the MPs in Somerset who's been highlighting the problem in Somerset and encouraging people to report potholes to the council, and the leader of Hampshire County Council also talking about the problem there. It's not in any way unique for us. But we currently spend about £2 million revenue on reactive maintenance, which includes the pothole repair. And we need preventative work. 70% of our local transport plan, which is actually now referred to as the Local Transport Consolidated Fund, goes on maintenance. And the preventative maintenance element of that is 1.5 million capital spend, which is an increase on last year, looking to means to resurface and seal the roads to reduce the potholes and to rebuild for extreme failure. More funding would of course help, but that alone won't fix it. It was interesting that Labour amendment chose a picture of Charminster Library for social media. That library is currently closed with a leaking roof. Investing in fixing our own estate to be able to open to the current timetables is our first priority, but we have, through our library strategy, been looking at piloting self-service access to extend the available hours. We are doing the things that Labour amendment calls for.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much to Councillor Earl for offering an invitation, I believe, at Cabinet for those that think they can do better to offer up an alternative budget. I will, of course, be supporting the Labour alternative budget, having taken up Councillor Earl's challenge. I just wanted to speak about potholes, and I do really appreciate Councillor Hadley laying out the work which is ongoing. I think Councillor Hadley might have missed the actual point of the actual amendment, and even though he welcomes an extra £500,000 for potholes in this particular case, or 1.5 for a combination of 2 million for the other component parts. Potholes, it's a win, yeah. Just because everywhere else in the country is facing the same issues and the same winter issues and so on and so forth, doesn't mean that we just continue plodding on and not actually focus on something which affects everybody the minute they step out their front door. So in this particular case, for this amendment, and why I'm supporting it, is because that extra £500,000 towards potholes would make that immediate change that every one of our residents would see immediately in this year towards potholes. Councillor Hadley quite eloquently sort of laid out the fact that how much has been done so far. I looked at the 18th February BCP Echo, and it said 7.6 million reporting potholes or repairing potholes. But that total actually breaks to 1.9 million on repairing potholes, because 5.8 is used for the resurfacing and the maintenance, preventative patches and the micro asphalt treatments. Yeah, that's fine, but it's not repairing potholes. So let's have a look at the money which was left, 1.9. Then knock off another 800,000 for structural maintenance, 580,000 for street lighting, 513,000 for traffic lights and crossing maintenance. That knocks off 1.371 million. It leaves £529,000 for pothole repairs. What this amendment offers is actually double that, so that we can follow Dorset's lead and have a dedicated team that actually assault potholes and get them sorted for our residents in the get-go. So as soon as they come out of their front door, they can see the results of what their extra money that's been asked for in their council tax bills this year. So I would commend this amendment and would encourage every councillor here to support it for their residents, because it will make that difference from day one to have that extra £500,000 for potholes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Andy Martin, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just 2 or 3 brief points.
Councillor Martin, it's turned off again.
Yeah, first, Councillor Canavan in his opening remarks made it sound as though the money we're getting from the government is like a present or a gift. I suppose in one way it is, especially in regards to the fact that the previous Tory government didn't tackle this at all. So in one way it is. But let's remember that we shouldn't have been in this position at all. We should never have been in the position of having to fund the SEND programme. That's something that national government should always have done. That's the first point. The second point is, yes, I'd love some more money for libraries. Who wouldn't? The library strategy that was passed by Cabinet in October made it clear we are committed to our 24 libraries. But the real problem with the library service is not revenue, it's capital. Somebody mentioned Charminster Library. It's closed. Sorry, Councillor Hadley mentioned Charminster Library. It's closed because it's got significant issues in the roof. And again, the library strategy makes it perfectly clear that we have significant problems across a number of libraries. So that's where our focus needs to be, in the capital, to keep the libraries open. And we are already investing in open access technology, again, as Councillor Hadley mentioned. So I think that's really important. And yes, more money for libraries would be great, but not at the expense of an amendment that would put the future financial stability of this council at risk. And we know how important it is that we put money into reserves. The final point would be actually something that was posted by Tom Hayes. Some of you may have heard of him. Today he's posted something today with a picture of Charminster Library. Labour councillors are amending the budget to open more of your libraries for much longer. I mean, he obviously hasn't read the library strategy, so we're already doing that, and we're going to hopefully be extending them even further with open access technology. So I'm sure Tom Hayes' name will come up in the next item on our agenda to do with Folkestone Station. But I do wish Tom Hayes would not try to deliberately mislead people when he puts his posts out like this. Anyway, I think that's it. Oh no, finally, potholes. I've reported 20 potholes. Well, my colleague here and I reported 20 potholes in the Republic of Highcliffe last week. They've all been filled within about 5 days. So good work by the team. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr-Brown, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, talk about misleading people. I have to say I did struggle a little earlier to listen to Councillor Cox's version of things as he laid it out. And we've had a lot of talk this evening about the £38 million send. I think it was referred to as a black hole. They haven't been left, this administration hasn't been left that by this government. This government is digging them out of that situation over send. They were left this by previous administrations, by legislation, in fact, that was brought in under the coalition government that the Lib Dems had a large part to play in. But whatever we do, or whatever the Labour government does, it never seems to be quite enough for the administration. Hence Councillor Cox's comments earlier. And it does leave me thinking if they actually want to run the council or if they just want to keep going back to central government for more money. But as it is, we're in a situation where they have been granted the option of getting more money through the council tax and through our residents. And so residents need to see something for it. The reserves are secured according to the original calculations that the administration gave us before this recent development. They're at the same level. And what we're trying to do is something practical and responsible with the extra money that you have asked to raise, but it seems there's no real idea about how to spend it in a way that actually resonates with residents. Potholes, libraries and play are not vanity projects. They're the bread and butter of any council and the services our residents look to us to provide. There are strategies such as play and libraries that the council has agreed, and they're as yet either unfunded completely in the case of libraries or only partially funded in the case of play. And so this amendment seeks to breathe life into those strategies, and particularly I'm thinking about the library strategy, and offer the public, the people who value our libraries the most, confidence that the strategy will be achieved and that this council also values our libraries. And I know that certain members among us do value them greatly. And I can tell you that the Labour group also values them. So I've spoken here before about the importance of libraries and their profound social value. So we can argue tonight about money, but when it comes to libraries, what we're actually talking about is value, and theirs is always something way beyond what you can see on a balance sheet. And when we talked about Charminster Library, yes, this is the kind of money that you need when you've got a library strategy where Charminster Library is cited as one of the hubs, one of the cornerstones of that strategy. Well, it shows you how precarious that strategy is
can you wind up
when
now?
one of those cornerstones is actually crumbling. So we need an injection of money, and this is a responsible way. There's no recklessness here. This is a responsible way of doing it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor David Brown, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a few words to say on this. I will just pick up on something that's just been said about residents need to see something for this. So this extra council tax, I think it talks about raising about £4.8 million. It'd be really nice to be able to show something for that. But when the Labour Chancellor has hit this council with a £5.1 million a year additional employers' national insurance cost, that 4.8 million doesn't go very far when we're paying an extra £5.1 million employers' national insurance every single year because of the decisions made by the Labour Chancellor. But I do very much welcome actually the budget amendment and the active engagement of the Labour group, and I think it's very positive and it's useful to have these debates. But I can't disagree with the areas that are highlighted. Mainly because they're all areas that this administration is already delivering on. You know, investing in the plan for play, it was this administration, when we came in, we committed to delivering a play strategy and put money behind it, and there's £4 million going into it. The BCP library strategy, you know, this administration came in, we've ensured that we've kept all of our libraries open despite the financial challenges we're facing. And pothole repair and resurfacing. This administration has vastly increased the number of potholes being filled compared to the previous Conservative administration. And although there is currently a seasonal spike in potholes, and even worse than normal seasons, our road condition is rated as green as good by Department for Transport one of only 26 highway authorities that have got that green rating for road condition. And actually, Dorset Council was mentioned earlier about potholes. Our rating of road conditions is better than Dorset's. They're amber. We're rated as green by the Department for Transport, one of the best in the country. So we're already investing money in our roads and we're doing a really good job there. So I can't disagree with those priority areas because that's where we're already delivering. But we've only been able to deliver those results because of careful and responsible financial management and actually addressing the financial issues that this authority faces. So I can't support these alternatives because I don't think we're already investing in those areas, but actually it's not good, responsible financial management to actually allocate all of these additional sums to those areas. And I just wanted to quote Oscar Wilde, who said, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. And so I can't disagree with your priorities, that your priorities are our priorities. It's just I can't support going this additional with those.
Thank you, Councillor. We have the leader now.
Thank you. I'm sad to hear that the Labour councillors continue to believe the rhetoric of their own government. A political choice? No, Councillor Canavan, it is not a choice because of the position that the Labour government has put us in when they announced the provisional settlement in December, on the 17th of December 2025. And that settlement was to take £15 million from local residents' pockets. And that doesn't even include the devastating cuts that they voted for to our fire service and to our other public services locally. The Three Towns Alliance administration has worked and continues to work incredibly hard to drive savings and efficiencies and get the best value for our residents. When the Conservatives used £90 million of reserves and sold off buildings to underpin revenue, we have saved nearly £150 million in our 3 years of revenue. We've bolstered reserves so that we can respond to some of those surprise decisions of national government, such as national insurance rises and the like. This budget is a great opposition budget. It gives you the ability to demonstrate you care about all the things that we also care about: potholes, libraries and play, things that this administration have prioritised through our library strategy, the thousands of potholes we fixed, and the revolutionary play strategy, which was a political priority for us and remains still, like the many others that we are delivering. The problem is, though, is that opposition has come here with a budget that they have no responsibility to deliver. The Section 151 officer's report says it all. This worsens insolvency, it weakens our reserves, it diverts money from our statutory services and our obligations, and it increases long-term financial risk to residents and to services. We know that Labour, as a party, seem determined to wreck our economy, but taking a Mellor-esque approach to spending it without thinking about the consequences is beyond. I would like to ask Councillor Canavan a question. Does he agree with the local Labour MPs that Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole deserve cuts to our services? I don't think that's the change that residents voted for.
Councillor Connolly, you reserved your right to speak. Would you like to speak now?
Yes, happily. So I want to draw comments that the leader was quoted as saying in the Bournemouth Echo, I think yesterday, that our amendment takes reserve to a dangerous level and is a reckless threat to essential services. And some of those comments have been reiterated today. And I wanted to bring a little bit of a sense check to this, a little bit of reality to this. This amendment is about allocating revenue that you did not know you would be having 3 weeks ago. So the initial version of the budget that went to Cabinet 3 weeks ago would have taken 4.8 million out of reserves. The government then indicated there could be additional council tax charged. That will bring in 4.8 million revenue. What our amendment does is to say that some of this, and only some of this, should go towards essential services and the rest to reserves. So I just want to be very clear on that. The idea of that being reckless and dangerous is very surprising as a line to take. Now, the SIP for benchmarking says that local authorities should hold between 5 to 10% of net revenue expenditure. The initial budget that we saw 3 weeks ago would have held reserves at 6%. And it said, and that, you know, that's reassuring because it's still above the 5% number. Well, our amendment would leave reserves at nearly 7%. So it's bang in the middle of the recommended range by SIPFA, the statutory recommended range by SIPFA. So the idea of this being dangerous is ridiculous. It is higher than the budget that you took to us 3 weeks ago. Now, I appreciate that the more money in reserves, the better. There's a lot to worry about in general. There's a lot of concerns. And of course, the CFO is going to say that it would be more comfortable the more was in reserves. I understand that. But that is why that's a political choice. As councillors, we have to make a decision on behalf of residents that we have to balance the need for reserves with the need for residents to feel like they're getting something for their extra council tax. So this is about residents seeing something for the extra council tax they're paying. We think this is a balanced approach. Some goes towards a rainy day, some goes towards essential services. I'm glad to hear that you find potholes are not a problem. They're very green, better than Dorset, they're quickly sorted in your area, not in mine. We have persistent problems and potholes that are repaired and then need repairing again instantly. It is a problem in our area. The plan for play, we picked that because it is a developed strategy. A lot of work has gone into it, consultation and everything is ready to go. But some of the parks in our area, there is no plan to fund them imminently. And it is many, many years before it is likely to be funded. So part of the reason for selecting play parks is because you have that strategy that's developed, it's ready to go. If it does not get funded now, then it drags on and will need to be redone further down the line. Similarly with libraries, I don't understand why you wouldn't agree that £500,000 extra revenue towards libraries is a positive thing. So I just want to give that reality check that it is somehow dangerous. It is bang in the middle of the recommended 5 to 10% reserves. And I think that residents deserve to see something if they're paying higher council tax. I just want to make one final point, which is that the context has changed since that initial budget 3 weeks ago and the initial CFO opinion. The risk horizon is very different now with the government's announcements on the DSG deficit. Now, I know you argue that it's not enough and it should be 100%, it should be completely without any strings attached. Fine. But the reality is the government has taken responsibility for the DSG payments from 2028 onwards. It has indicated £340 million to pay it off in the next 3 years. And on top of that, it's announced a £4 billion package of SEND improvements only yesterday. So the idea of the risk horizon not getting better is not right either. It's not to say there aren't still risks, but they are moving in the right direction, and there's no denying that. Similarly, interest rate payments on that deficit are coming down as well. That is a big change in context since the initial opinion was written. So I will leave it there. I'm not going to use up the full 5.5 minutes, but I think it's really important to emphasise this is just putting some towards reserves and some towards what council taxpayers want to see for their money.
Leader, you're rising in a point of personal explanation, I believe. Thank you very much.
Yes, please. So just to explain, that is not what happened. What happened was we found out from government that they would be cutting our funding by 4%, so up 15 million from 28, taking money away from local residents, which we assumed that we would be getting because of the government's inflationary rate, or their goal, their target of 2%. So it is an actual cut to what we are getting, and everyone has seen my graph from key cities about it. So I just want to clarify that that's what triggered us needing to look at another way of doing our budget. So we applied to government for exceptional financial support on both council tax, flexibility, and also on capitalisation. And we prepared a budget knowing that we had an extremely strong case for being in that position, because government knew that they had taken away 2 weeks before that a lot of money from local residents, and they needed to make that up.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Canavan, would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you, Chair. I want to hark back to a point that Councillor Beasley made, what seems like quite a long time ago now, that this administration, it's always somebody else's fault, isn't it? So this government gives them all of this money and it's still not enough. So they constantly harp about how poorly off they are. Yeah, the value of the SEND grant is £165 million. That is money that this administration would have had to find. My point is, what would have happened, and I asked this question previously, what would happen if the two options that you sent to government, both in relation to increasing council tax and the flexibility around repaying the deficit on SEND, what would have happened if neither of those had been granted? If the government said, go away, you're not having any more money. What I was told was that had that situation happened, this administration would be in serious difficulties. I understood that as code to say we'd be staring in the face of Section 114 because you'd have no money. And I'm not accepting any talk about insolvent. I've been told several times already that this council is already insolvent and will continue to be insolvent. But as Councillor Connolly has already said, the point about this amendment is to actually ensure that residents see some tangible benefit for this money, because otherwise it will not be visible to the general public. All of this argument about money will simply just not be visible. People simply will not understand it. What they want to see is outcomes, delivery. And yes, I'm not arguing. I don't think anything I've said has criticised some of the things that you're attempting to do. What this does is to seek to help you deliver those outcomes. So just want to wind up with that, Chair, and thank you for your support.
Thank you. Now I'm going to call on the proposer of the original budget, who is Councillor Cox, to respond. And you have 3 minutes, Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, once upon a time, prior to 2023, the BCP Labour Group criticised the administration for spending money it didn't have to spend on political priorities, on political headlines. At least that Conservative administration that they'd criticised had the reserves in which to rely on that expenditure. I'd remind you again and again, we have no reserves. We are technically insolvent. 3 years on, again, we've got no reserves. We're technically bankrupt. So please, why are we spouting the same irresponsible rubbish as the MP for Bournemouth East? I really don't understand the comments on the Labour budget, but I would like to ask councillors to read and digest the Section 24 report on their budget. And let me remind you of a few choice phrases. Quote, "It may be legal, but I cannot support it." Quote, "I cannot believe that using resources as proposed is consistent with the spirit and intent of the flexibility provided by government." That's the Labour government. Quote, "The challenge set by government will be to fund the 38 million by 28-29. A grant of over 379 million is dependent on BCP securing a local SEND reform plan. It's not guaranteed by any stretch." Quote, "BCP is technically insolvent at the moment." End quote. Another quote, "BCP has an £18 million base budget funding gap. You want to make it worse? BCP is carrying out significant operational risk." Quote, "BCP is carrying significant operational risks as outlined in Appendix 10. Quote, "Members," unquote, "not the MP for Bournemouth East," unquote again, "have a fiduciary duty to council taxpayers." He doesn't, we do. We have a personal duty to listen to the advice of officers. Councillor Patrick Canavan has decided he doesn't need to. We'd all like to be like Patrick. Spend more money on play, potholes and pet projects, but we have to be responsible with the future of council taxpayers' money. We didn't, just to answer Councillor Connolly, we didn't want to draw those reserves in the initial budget. We had no choice because of the settlement that we were given. I'd like to remind Councillor Connolly that we are technically insolvent at the moment. And that's the reality check that really matters. Our difference is that we are taking a prudent approach by planning for the next 2 years and not just doing it for today. The Labour amendment is reckless, in my opinion, and irresponsible. And it does clearly ignores the advice of the Section 151 officer, and we must reject it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Right, members, we're now going to proceed to the recorded vote on the Labour Group alternative budget. So please get ready to make your vote. Are we all ready, members? Thank you. Right, as you see on the screen, against. So this amendment has failed, or fallen. And here are the names which will be recorded. Members, we now move to debate on the substantive motion, which is the original budget, as Councillor Cox set out earlier. So now, members, who wishes to speak on this? Councillor Toby Slade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This evening we have had different approaches before us. The Green Amendment reallocated £35,000 from 2 lead member allowances into government's reserves. The Labour Amendment kept the additional 1.75 council tax rise and reallocated that income towards service priorities, drawing further on reserves. The Conservative group proposed something different. We proposed removing the additional 1.75 increase above the 4.99%, reducing the burden on residents by just under 5 million and funding that through stronger budget discipline, delivering a balanced outturn this year, accelerated agreed savings and a very limited use of reserves, but still above the statutory minimum. And our principle was simple. Before increasing council tax, we must be certain that every reasonable effort has been made to control spending. This council is technically insolvent. We face significant financial risks in the years ahead. We face a large funding gap beyond the budget. In that context, raising taxation while expenditure continues to grow is not, in our view, the right long-term answer. That does not mean we dismiss the importance of playgrounds or libraries or road repairs. It means we believe financial sustainability must come first. As members, we have a fiduciary duty to residents to act prudently. Tonight is more about allocations. It is about philosophy, reallocate higher taxation, make modest symbolic change, or insist on structural discipline before asking residents to pay more. And we chose the third. We owe it to residents not just to spend well, but to govern carefully.
Thank you. I have Councillor Tony Trent now.
Thank you, Chair. I view this budget, this proposed budget, with a sense of relief. And that sense of relief comes from having sight of what was a confidential document at the time. I don't know how it got to me, but about the cuts that were being considered by the then administration, and we're talking about three plus years ago, and they were horrendous. And every year of the last 3 years, I've been hoping against hope that I don't see any of that in the annual budget. And so far, we haven't. And so some of the worst nightmares haven't happened. And I do believe that this is a responsible budget, the best we can do with very difficult circumstances. And there's criticism of the 1.75 or 1.76% increase in council tax. We had a situation 4 or 5 years ago, whatever it was, where 2% of the available council tax wasn't taken. And that has had an ongoing effect year on year. And so that 1.75 or 76% doesn't actually quite cover that, but it helps. It gets us some way towards getting it right. And I think before you kind of look at the overall situation in this council and whether the government's helping or not, I think the graph on page 86 of the minutes sums it all up. And for once, we're slightly less worse off being in the southwest region than we are in the southeast region, which is the opposite to how it has been in the past, because I know that the southwest region benefited about £100 per person in grant compared to the southwest region. And so that graph, I think, puts it in stark reality that that is what we're facing. And I think the £38 million, I think this budget does at least enable us to look seriously at tackling that. It's not going to be an easy next couple of years, but I do think at the end of the day, it's positive. And I will say one thing, I will commend the government on at least doing something on SEND, even though it's, left a bit of a black hole in it, because the previous government had the opportunity. They had the opportunity of solving the problem in one final budget, but they blew it on a short-term tax cut that didn't sort of stand the test of time. So anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think this has been a really difficult process. The suggestion from the Conservatives is that they would have not raised the council tax. Well, that never came to us as councillors because it didn't pass the Adam test. It didn't pass the test from the Chief Financial Officer that we were setting a balanced budget, and that is the one duty of council, to set a balanced budget. So we never saw it because it clearly didn't meet that financial mark. And I think, the idea that we haven't been exploring every avenue, there are always areas where you can find additional efficiencies, and we keep looking and we keep searching, and we keep our senior officers searching to see what they can do. And we have, as has been highlighted, a lead member to help us to seek further efficiencies. But we are doing what is necessary to have financial sustainability, to stay away from section 1, the insolvency, because that's the only way in which we'll keep some control and keep some of the discretionary services that people value so much going. Because if you get to commissioners coming in, you have no control, you have no opportunity to keep those discretionary services. And I think that is, a significant achievement, and it's been really hard work, and it will continue to be really hard work. But we're doing what we can, and I think I think this is a good budget in the circumstance. And I have said, I do welcome what Labour are doing. It's very different to what the Conservatives were doing, which was kicking lots of things down the road, and the Labour government are helping, but it has consequences. And some of those consequences are because money is moving to the north in favour of the south. Costs of care and those sort of things are more expensive in the south.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Aikenhead, please.
So I agree with Councillor Rigby. Our system of finance for councils is broken. And It is not our fault, not our Labour group's fault, not the Labour government's fault. You may laugh. There's been a lot of moaning today about what the Labour government's done or not done, but actually the Labour government are sorting out the problem with Send. They are paying 90% of the bill that is not their bill, it is the previous government's bill. Who created the problem with Send in the first place? Well, that was the coalition government, Tories and Liberal Democrats. I hear Conservatives saying that we should not raise council tax when it was Conservative governments over years and years and years have starved councils of money, which has not only put us in the position here, but councils all around the country, which is what has made it so difficult for the Labour government to solve this problem that was not in any way of their making. In fact, things got so bad that some of the Tory people in the Tory government even hopped over to Reform to try and pretend that it wasn't their fault. And what about this black hole, this 10%? Wouldn't it be easy for us to pay that off if we still had all those reserves that were spent by the previous administration of BCP and all that money that was wasted that has been talked about by the Green Party and by the Liberal Democrats? If the last administration of BCP had been doing their job, we would have the money to pay that 10%. Why should the government pay for previous BCP councils' failings? So I say that we should not be blaming the government. We should be looking to see who was really responsible for a lot of these problems. But in the end, I have to come to the conclusion that there's one group of people that are definitely not at fault here, and that is our residents in BCP. They are not at fault, and so they should not be paying the price. Will I vote for an extra rising council tax that gives no benefit directly to residents, that just goes straight into reserves? As Councillor Martin said, this is not a gift. The residents are paying this money. And I believe that because they're paying this money, they deserve to see something, even if it's just a small amount of that given back to them. But not one bit of it is being spent on residents. And that's why I cannot support this budget.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howell.
Thank you. Councillor Cox said that going back to basics, we should be doing the basics. And it's better late than never. As I mentioned earlier, the transformation programme that this council has pursued since its foundation has absorbed £36.5 million. An enormous amount, and many of us, I think, thought on all sides of the chamber that it was a bit Emperor's new clothes. And it turns out, having communicated with the Director of People, that the council has no means of determining whether its employees are working more efficiently than before transformation took place. Just to repeat that, the council has no mechanisms in place to determine whether the transformation actions that were put in place made any difference whatsoever in terms of performing staff productivity. That is outrageous. I considered introducing an amendment to the budget to remove the residence card, because that's a vanity project of the type that Councillor Cox was criticising. We all know that the council can't deliver any benefits of sufficient worth to make the residence card work. But in asking the questions of the residence card, I tried to get to the bottom of how much officer time had been spent on its long-winded introduction. The chief finance officer couldn't tell me, because no timesheets, no records kept. We have an enormous council You know, routinely across the council, no record is kept of how officers spend their time. And how can we conceivably be an efficient council and look to approve if we don't have those kind of records? You know, with AI, we should have the means of assessing that information usefully if we collected it, but we don't. This is outrageous. These are the kind of things that the new lead member needs to get to grips with. And as I say, I pity her because her colleagues have shown no intention, really, no recognition of this productivity failing here. You know, we should not just keep cutting services without looking at, you know, officer.
Can you wind up now, Councillor?
Yeah, employee efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moore, please.
Thank you. In addition to SEND problems, which we've all heard about tonight, funding social care takes the largest slice of this council's budget. Of course, social care is a totally essential statutory service. However, when a council must fund care packages costing over £1 million for one person, I really don't think council tax was ever designed to pay for costs like this. The funding of social care is, of course, another government problem which needs to be addressed. Nobody wants to increase council tax, but given the government's funding shortfall and the pending £38 million debt, I feel there is no reasonable or responsible alternative, especially when the cost of providing essential services is rising sharply. But even with this rise, our council tax does remain below the average for similar councils. And my concern, as always, is for any residents on low incomes. And I'm pleased to say we have not made any cuts to our council tax support, despite this being a non-statutory service, solely because we want to help protect our most vulnerable residents. I'm also currently working with our communities team who are working hard to administer the government's new Crisis Resilience Fund, which, as I mentioned earlier, replaces the current Housing Support Fund, but is designed to deliver support for low-income households, will provide crisis payments, housing payments, resilience services like budgeting support, and coordinating access to all the available community support services, like this council's excellent Access to Food Partnership. I will support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Challoner, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's well documented about the challenges around local government finance. We've all seen and heard so much, and we've all experienced and just had the cold-face experience of those. And we're all aware that BCP is no different. And I really do have some sympathy for the position that this council finds itself in. But I would have more if this administration had not voted to push through pay rises for councillors that the Conservatives and some of the other groups in this chamber opposed. I would actually have a bit more sympathy if this administration had not created an additional lead member role that they gave to one of their own group. If this administration had not gone ahead with the creation of a residence card with questionable benefits, but at significant cost to this council. If this administration had not run expensive consultations that they were, quite frankly, determined to ignore. If this administration had not started consultations that they didn't actually then want to complete because members of their own group didn't actually want those findings to go through. I mean, I could go on. And as I said, I would have some sympathy for the need to increase council tax by this amount if I thought this administration was doing everything they could to keep costs down. But you're not. You're simply using our residents as cash cows to make up for your own financial profligacy and inability to live within your means. I accept that the items that I've listed do not amount to the whole of the extra council tax increase that the government has allowed you to impose on our residents, but they highlight a mindset and a lack of willingness to cut your cloth to suit your fit. Even though this council is technically bankrupt, as we have been told several times this evening by the portfolio holder for finance, but you still want to give yourselves little extras. Let's face it, this 6.74% will affect many people who are already struggling with household bills. And in addition to this, you're going to saddle them with the costs of town councils, again, against the feedback from residents garnered during a council consultation. You don't listen, you don't care, and I cannot support this budget before us this evening.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tarling, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak to this because I think we've spoken enough, but it's, I'm just going to say that I'm very fond of a town called Hastings. I spent most of my childhood there. When the Prime Minister was there talking about Pride in Place, I actually got a little bit excited about all this extra money that's been coming out from this Labour government initiative and investing in communities. But yet again, it seems that our community is overlooked and central government funding goes to other areas. So I was also in this very building the evening where the announcement was made about the send deficit being funded to the tune of 90%. And I was with the portfolio holder in that same meeting where the discussion was very live at the time about what was happening and isn't it great, and a real sense of elation. But then we got told of all the conditions that came with it. So the fact that we had to then find 38 million and this couldn't be offset or taken off the books like the special provisions made. So, you know, thank you very much. It's great. And I 100%, I'm very pleased what the government's doing about SEND going forwards. And they're trying to tackle a really serious problem. And absolutely, you know, applaud them for that. But to say thank you when we're finding that the government is effectively saying to our residents, right, we're going to let you charge your residents more money because we don't want to raise taxes to pay for your situation. I fear that this government is in a situation where they've made these promises about taxation and they therefore can't raise income tax, and as a result are using this as a proxy tax. And saying to councils, I tell you what, we won't raise income tax because it's very unpopular for us. So what we'll do is we'll let all the councils up their council tax to pay for all these issues. So 10% of the cost is now being paid by local councils. So for me, this is a proxy tax on the people of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, whereas some of the other councils that are run by Labour that are facing potentially a reform vote in May are getting a bailout. Now, to me, that just doesn't seem fair, and I can't, you know, I support this budget that's put forward to us as the best of a bad lot at the moment. I don't want to see an over-the-top tax rise, but we're doing it because we aren't getting funded from this government. Don't get me wrong, I don't think a Conservative government would have done any better, but we have to, this problem is being addressed. I'm very pleased with it, but, you know, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tarling. Councillor Logan, please.
Thank you, Chair. When my children are out of turn at home, I often think to myself the old saying, I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. But tonight, fellow councillors, I'm not just disappointed, I am angry. I'm angry that we were let down by years of reckless Conservative budgeting in the past. I agree with many councillors here. I would like justice, but not at the expense of our current residents. I'm disappointed that we expected so much from the current Labour government. We hoped for at least a rise in line with government inflation, equivalent to about 6 million in 28-29. I'm angry that the very MPs our Bournemouth residents voted for instead approved a cut of £9 million. To be clear, that is 15 million taken from our local residents in just one tax year, 28-29. I am proud of what this administration has achieved, and I would love for us to be able to do more for our communities. But let's be crystal clear. It is not this administration who is making cuts. It is the Labour government who have stopped Folkestone station lifts. It is the Labour government who have forced us to make tough decisions. I will continue to do everything I can to help us get a fair deal and improve outcomes for our residents. Having worked with councils up and down the country, in my view, it is nothing short of a miracle that this administration has kept us afloat after inheriting the frankly dire situation left by the former Conservative administration. I'd like to thank the officers and members involved in pulling together a balanced budget in a time of yet further austerity. I will be supporting this budget.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bartlett, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to touch on a few of the points made, particularly by Councillor Challoner behind me, and also Councillor Aikenhead, who talked about the impact on residents and the issues about about cost and the residents. Now, we've had a lot of debate over many council meetings about the DSG deficit, and that's been really the focus of our attention because it's been such a big problem. Hopefully now that will be resolved. But there is one area I'd like to explore a bit, and it's about our costs. Now, any business publishing their balance sheet, you always get a correlation between what the costs of the business are and how many staff that business, you can see it immediately. This is how many staff we've got, and it's related to the turnover and costs of a business. You don't get that with the council. You don't see how many staff. In all the financial papers we say, we never see how many staff we employ. Well, of course, if we go back to 2019, just at the start of transformation programme, we actually had 4,820 staff, headcount staff. This month, we have 4,935 staff. And at the same time, our services have been cut. There isn't an area that hasn't gone untouched. So cut. Doesn't that mean we should be getting, we should be seeing a reduction in the numbers of staff? Now, we know that the transformation programme was successful in driving costs down by somewhere around 29 million pounds a year, something like that. But for an investment of, I think, somewhere around 80 million, something like that. And so that is perceived to be a success. I'm not going to argue that. And no doubt if I've got the figures wrong, Councillor Hannah would put me right. But what I'm saying here is that we should have had a net result, a net reduction in the number of staff, but we haven't. So why? It just doesn't stack up for me. You will probably say, oh, we're doing more. And I know that there's been some 2p as well. We've created BCP Leisure, for example, which had a stroke, put £3 million on the wage bill. Why did we do that? Didn't need to do that. But there's a whole raft of areas quoted by Councillor Challoner where we have not really focused on some of the costs that we should have done. So, and just picking up again on Councillor Aikenhead, our residents just look at it and think, my goodness, we can't even get our bins emptied properly sometimes. The numbers of calls that we all get about this sort of thing, the basic services. Yet transformation programme was supposed to give us a modern, efficient, transformed
Can you wind up, Councillor?
Okay, so what I'm saying is our residents are sick to death. They've had enough of it. I can't see, we need to look at our costs before we start putting council tax even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor David Brown, please.
Thank you, Chair. Rather than talking about all of the budget papers we've got here, I just wanted to respond to some of the comments I've heard this evening, because I just get immensely fed up when I hear lots of misinformation and, frankly, just comments that are just wrong. I heard earlier, in earlier sort of discussions from other groups, mention that there was no protection for those least able to pay. Well, if you look at the council tax report that we approved earlier, there are 15,838 dwellings with a reduction under the local council tax support scheme. There is immense support for those who are least able to pay, and we've protected that and we haven't reduced that. And that's a conscious decision that this administration has made not to reduce that. Conservative comments earlier, I don't know where to start really, that they said about proposals could be done better, but there's nothing forthcoming to how they think it could be done better. And they talk about needing to address costs and transformation. Well, forgive me, but I'm not going to take advice from them, from the group who didn't deal with pay and reward in their 3 years of administration. And they were happy to have staff on 4 different pay scales and 4 different sets of terms and conditions, while they just put it on the back burner and didn't prioritise dealing with the transformation that our staff needed, which was pay and reward. It was only this administration which actually got to grips with that, and it was a tough thing to do. It wasn't without cost, but we got on and did it. So I won't take advice about dealing with costs and transformation from the Conservative group who just didn't do it when they were around. Reform, I don't know where to start. In the press, they criticised years of burning through reserves when they actually voted to burn through those reserves. And they said, we're told there's no money for potholes. Well, I'm going to have to jog the memory of the Reform Group leader that on the 21st of February 2023, he voted to slash highway maintenance funding by £300,000 in that budget when he was a Conservative. And all the Conservatives voted to slash that. And now they're moaning about the number of potholes. Well, you know, I don't want to swear, but no, something Sherlock, you know, you vote to not invest in highway maintenance and not repair potholes, and then a couple of years later you start moaning about the condition of the roads. You need to invest in that, not vote to decrease it. So I hope I can jog his memory on that. And just some comments from Paul Engage about not being legally allowed to use council tax to fund SEND. Well, you need to catch up, because actually we're having to pay about £10 million of interest on the SEND deficit, and council taxpayers are having to pay that. And then we're looking at an estimated £38 million gap that we're going to have to cover from SEND, and council taxpayers are going to have to ultimately fund that. So you need to get up to date. Those are really all I wanted to cover, in just in terms of some of the misinformation comments.
Councillor Brown, thank you. Councillor Vicky Slade, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to cover a couple of bits and sort of try to correct the record on a few bits, particularly around the SEND reform plan. As you know, I have other irons in this, in that I can see both sides of what is going on here. And I'm really sad that Councillor Aikenhead and others have made reference to the coalition government, because if Councillor Aikenhead had listened to her own Secretary of State yesterday, when she announced the white paper on SEND reform, she said, and I quote, "I recognise that the intentions behind the 2014 reforms were good, but it became clear very quickly that problems were developing in that system." She then went on to say to the Shadow Secretary of State, "The Right Honourable Lady asked about council deficits and about the challenge, which became pretty clear pretty quickly, and it was in 2019 that the Conservatives brought in the statutory override because it was clear councils were struggling with the demands they were facing." Now, I am sure that Councillor Aikenhead and the other Labour members, who are real champions for children and young people, particularly the chair of Children's Committee, would not be suggesting that the legal rights of our most vulnerable children should be stripped back. That's what the 2014 changes did, and they were done for the right reasons. But it turned out to be an imbalance that's just become out of control. And I don't think that that should be attacking the Conservative government, the Lib Dem coalition, or anybody. I think it was the circumstances that just got a bit crazy. I do agree with Councillor Aikenhead that the crisis is more acute here because of the reckless spending under the last administration that meant we didn't have the reserves to be able to resolve it. And the year-on-year slashing of council central grant under the last government that reduced BCP's central grant by 95% over 10 years. And it is so disappointing then that the Labour government chose to reduce the funding for BCP, not just the central grant, but by cutting our bus service improvement grant and missing out on the substantive grants available through mayoral deals, Pride in Place, etc. Now, I just want to clarify, I met the Minister last month and Tom Hayes was in the room to see whether BCP could get that £10 million to service its debt capitalised so that we didn't have to pay it. Instead, the government, with the assistance of Tom Hayes, managed to get this additional council tax. It was Tom Hayes who lobbied for this, and Tom Hayes who's helped BCP Council to get it. So it seems very sad that the Labour government aren't supporting their own MP on that. The fire service had the same thing done. The government is asking local people to pay a higher proportion by cutting the central funding and raising the spending power by increasing the amount people can borrow locally. That's not fair, but I don't blame the local government. They inherited a nation in a mess. I know how they feel because I inherited it here, and very often these things are hidden where you can't find them. So I do hope that Councillor Connolly is right that interest rates make it easier in the future, but for now, I think we have to go with this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Burton, please.
Can I please raise a point on 14.16.2 and ask a question now we put? We are repeating ourselves somewhat.
No, we're not.
I want everybody who wants to speak to have a chance tonight. It's the most important thing we do in the council. And if everybody wants to speak and they have 3 minutes, we'll be here till 2 o'clock. But I'm afraid I do want everybody to have a chance tonight. Thank you. It's Councillor Burton, please. But I must say, can we all stick to our 3 minutes? Because if every minute that we go over is another minute long.
Thank you, Chair, and I shall definitely try. And because Councillor Slade actually said quite a few things that I wanted to say, I should have been quicker with my finger, shouldn't I? But I do feel I should say something because SEND is the topic, it seems to be tonight. So just to follow up, yes, it was 2014 reforms for SEND, Children's and Family Act, when started this problem with the budget. That's when the XCPs were created. There were lots of good things in that act, and they still are. But the cost ended up being a lot more than was thought. So that's what the statutory override was introduced. This is a temporary fix. It cost more because SEND is more complex than people realise, and it went up to 25, didn't before. So the override was introduced, but the override went up and up and up and up. And you're quite right, the statutory override is there. It is not allowed to spend council taxpayers' money on the SEND. It just had to be put in this accountancy thing, and pretend it doesn't exist until we got it so big that we're having to start to pay interest on it. So the last government sort of left it and allowed the problem to grow and grow. It became too difficult. The amount of money owed across the country is huge now. The new government came in and they did say, yeah, we're going to look at this. And they did promise a white paper in the autumn. And then it got delayed to the spring. And I know why, because it is a really complex, difficult area. And I did make lots of sort of little jokes about the spring. Actually, they brought it in the winter, didn't they? It's still winter now, and the white paper has been published. And there is a light at the end of the tunnel now. Our issue is getting to the light, isn't it? Because, you know, writing off a loss of this deficit is great, and I do feel quite a weight being lifted of the local authority due to that. But we've still got this £38 million, and it's going to be a bit more than that. People call it a black hole. It's not a black hole, because black holes we don't, you know, are great massive things that just keep sucking things in. We know we've got a handle on this now. You know, we know what we've got to do. We know what to do to get to the light at the end of the tunnel. So this budget actually has that there because we know it's going to be more difficult. It's still work to be done. The money needs to be there to enable us to get to that point. Somebody did mention that it's not our residents' fault. And I totally agree, but one thing I would say, and one thing I was been thinking, I said this at Cabinet, one thing is for certain, it is not our children, young people's and families' fault. You know, they've been mentioned a lot tonight, and I do feel a lot of weight being put on children, young people due to this deficit. I'd just like to make it clear, you know, children, young people who have special educational needs deserve a good education. And I just want to make the point that they deserve it. This is not their fault. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Farquhar, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the opportunity to correct some wrongs, as it were, or interpretations, as others have done before me. Firstly, before I start, and I'm not going to exceed on my 3 minutes, unless you allow me to, I would encourage Councillor Logan to explain in the next bit of business how it is that the Labour government has stopped Puxdown lifts. I'll be very interested in that contribution. But moving on to transparency. Councillor Brown on the amendment spoke about potholes and that we were on amber and that we were 16 in the country. Just on transparency, interestingly enough, that comes from transparency data for the formula of allocations for transport. The reason why I'm raising this is because Dorset also scores amber overall. There are 4 categories that it's based upon. Yes, our condition here is green. Big praise, fantastic. But overall, it's amber because there's a scorecard for the conditions of the road. There's a scorecard for the wider best practice where we are amber. But Dorset is green. Why is this important? Why is it important to this discussion? Why was that amendment, which was lost, so important? It's because the funding formula for the grant for transportation by the Labour government are no longer just giving out grants. It's incentive driven. In this year, 25-26, 25% of that grant is based upon the local authority getting better. Next year, in fact, no, this year that we're talking about, 26-27, it's 50%. And unless we improve on the way that we actually use the funding, which is actually done, we risk up to 50%. That's worked out over 4 years to 2030. I can't tell you, because the government hasn't revealed it yet, how much of our grant for our transport network, overall, not just the potholes, but overall, could be higher than that and at risk. So I would urge the budget which has been put aside for transportation to actually get us out of amber. And just coming back to Dorset, just talking about figures, they actually fixed 20,000 in 1 year. And they're on amber, remember, overall. Sorry, they're on green overall for best practice. They're putting 32.6 million into their transport. And they're throwing another 5 million into their gullies. So what I want to say is that when we're using this budget, when we're using this money, and when our council taxpayers are actually paying that extra, make sure they see it happening. Because if it doesn't, this government, this Labour government, isn't giving out the handouts. It's based upon local authorities improving year on year.
Councillor.
Thank you.
She'd been
explaining in your ruling is fine.
I don't know what.
That's a personal explanation.
Yes, sorry, councillor. Can you explain what you're replying to? It has to be obviously to whom.
Councillor Farquhar mentioned me personally, so I thought perhaps he warranted a reply.
What? Yes, a personal explanation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Apologies if I wasn't clear earlier. The £15 million cut that's come as a from the Central Labour government, if we had that money, we could afford several Folkestone lifts.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Butt.
Water queue sorted this time. I'm not speaking about spreadsheets, forecasts or political narratives. I'm speaking for residents, the people whose bills land on their doormats, whose wages are stretched thin, and whose trust in this council ultimately depends on what we decide here tonight. We've heard a long speech from Councillor Cox. He tells us this budget is necessary and unavoidable. But after 3 years of new governance of BCP Council, residents are hearing the same jaundiced refrain, that problems belong to somebody else, that pressures come from somewhere else, that responsibility lies anywhere but not with him. Leadership is not about explaining why things went wrong. Leadership is about taking responsibility when they do. Councillor Cox says we listen to officers. Of course we do. But our first duty is to residents. And if we truly listen to residents, we would hear something very simple. They're at the limit of what they can tolerate. Residents are not interested in complex financial language or carefully constructed explanations. They see their council tax rising again, they see charges increasing, they see services under strain, and they ask one straightforward question. You balance the budget at 4.9%, but now why are we enforced to pay another 1.75% on top? That question deserves a straight answer, not complex technical-based hype and spin. We were elected to protect residents from unnecessary burdens, not to normalise them, to prioritise essentials, not to defend discretionary spending, and to be honest when a choice is being made. This rise is a choice, and not one our residents can make. A choice to ask residents to carry more weight, a choice to pass pressure outward instead of absorbing it inward, a choice to say the council cannot tighten its belt when households already have to. I will not support that choice. My responsibility is not to defend this budget's narrative. My responsibility is to the people who sent me here, the residents who expect their council to live within its means, just as those residents must live within theirs. They deserve restraint, they deserve honesty, and above all, residents deserve a council that stands on their side, but it seems we shall have to wait until May the 6th, 2027 to put that matter to rights. I cannot support this budget proposal. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The transformation programme has been referred to a couple of times and various figures have been mentioned, and I thought that given that it's my portfolio, I should at least clarify some of the figures. So I've gone back to the report that was considered by Cabinet in January 2025, which summarised the situation, and that report also came to full council subsequently. So it's confirmed that there was 41.4 million invested as a one-off investment in the main transformation programme. As at the 31st of March 24, the programme had already delivered 25.7 million of ongoing revenue savings. As at the 31st of March 25, it was then forecast to deliver a further 24.5 million of ongoing revenue savings, which meant that the total gross revenue savings then amounted to 50 million a year. You have to allow for the fact that there were increased licensing and financing costs of 15.5 million. So that meant that the total net revenue savings is 34.7 million as per that report, which it would be nice to have available to spend, but that has been overtaken by cost inflation and by reduction in grant and things of that sort. But I think it's fair to say that without the savings from that programme, our finances would be in a rather more difficult situation than the difficult situation we're in at present. That said, I would also say that I would want to support the proposed budget. The test of a budget, as I think I said this time last year, is based on the opposition's ability to produce a coherent, sustainable alternative budget. And the opposition has failed in that task, which to me demonstrates that this budget is the best budget that we can agree. Thank you, Madam Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Earl, please.
Thank you. Tonight, this administration has presented a balanced budget for the next year ahead. I'm not going to add to the points that I've made before, but I do want to express my sincere thanks to Councillor Cox for all the work that he has done, to reach this critical point. Achieving a legally balanced budget in the current climate is no small feat, as endorsed by members who haven't been able to bring a credible alternative or any sort of alternative at all in some cases. I also want to thank Adam Richards for not just seeing us through this budget process, but for being a fantastic Director of Finance, acting with integrity and with patience throughout his time with us, guiding us through often impossible to solve financial situations. And I want to thank Cabinet colleagues for their perseverance and willingness to grapple with incredibly difficult choices. And at every stage, I have seen you keep our residents, particularly our most vulnerable, at the heart of your thinking. And I'm proud of the unity and integrity that you've shown throughout. Finally, I want to thank officers across our council. The financial pressures that we face are real and unprecedented and seemingly get worse year on year. From an escalating send deficit to being chopped to 10%, but now becoming something that will move onto our book shortly, and the impact of repeated changes in national funding. It's the officers of this council that have helped deliver robust and evidence-based advice, transparent financial modelling, and a balanced set of proposals rooted in what is legally required and what is operationally deliverable. So just to extend my thanks.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Andy Martin. Councillor, you're speaking as the seconder, are you? So I think you have a little bit longer.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Yes, indeed, I am. So obviously we've had 3.5 hours, and some of us are probably a little bit punch drunk with the budget. So I'll try and be relatively brief if I can. So the first thing I want to say is I'm seconding this budget with an overriding emotion of relief. I think it is. It's been a long process. It's been a painful process, but I am relieved, as colleagues have said, that we have a robust, balanced and responsible budget to put before this council. And I'd like to echo my thanks to Mr Richards, to Councillor Cox, to Cabinet colleagues, and in fact to all officers who have been involved in this process, and there are many. I think it's interesting, isn't it, how the spectre of the Mellor Broadhead years keeps coming back like a, I don't know, like a what?
Bad smell.
Well, anyway, and obviously it's come up here a lot tonight as well, and so I think it's easy to, well, it's not easy to forget actually, because people are reminding us just what a terrible legacy the Conservatives left. So they are to blame. So people are saying we're not to blame, the government's not to blame, the Tory government's not to blame. Well, the Tories, or what's left of them, are to blame for the legacy they left us. So when Councillor Beasley gets up and criticises our budget, he's obviously got a short memory about the administration that he was part of. And I have to say, I didn't quite understand why the Conservatives hadn't put an alternative budget. I heard something about it being too risky. I mean, after the experience of the last time they're in power, maybe that's not a surprise. But frankly, Councillor Beasley has many times told us about the numerous budgets that he put through as the leader of Bournemouth Council, and I find it astonishing, perhaps even a dereliction of duty, that the Tories can't put a sensible, robust, legal alternative budget through. But there we go. I'm also relieved that this budget sets us up for the future. We know what the challenges are that are coming. Funding gaps, £38 million to find to pay off the SEND deficit in 2028. So I think that's really helpful that the budget is robust in the long term, although we don't know what's ahead. I've mentioned Councillor Beasley. I also wanted to mention reform. So Councillor Farr was talking about what a terrible budget is, and etc. etc. Of course, he didn't mention that he was part of the administration, for the Tory administration. Obviously, he's now trying to distance himself as much as he possibly can from that administration. The thing that I wanted to say most of all, really, is that this budget does a number of things: protecting the most vulnerable, protecting frontline services. I just want to get on my own little hobby horse for my last minute or so. So I'm really proud that this budget protects our vital library services. And we talked about libraries already this evening. following the publication of the agreement of the library strategy in October. I'm also immensely proud that we've protected our cultural budget, supporting our fantastic cultural partners. I'm not going to name them, that would be invidious to pick anybody out, but we know who they are. And our friends at the Arts Council, who give us millions of pounds as a result of our commitment to culture, are indeed pleased that we have reinforced that commitment. And I'm disappointed that in his speech, Councillor Beazley didn't mention the protection of the cultural budget, because obviously he, as he tells us, is a member of the board of the South West Arts Council. So thank you to Cabinet colleagues and for officers for making that happen. And as I've said before, and I will say it again, our cultural sector is one of our greatest assets economically, socially, and creatively. It plays a vital role in shaping our identity, bringing communities together, and driving innovation, opportunity, health and well-being, joy and happiness, destination, education, economic growth, and much more. I'm proud that we have protected that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Miles, please.
Good evening. I just want to pick up on a touch that Councillor Bartlett said, and when it came to staffing costs, and I do think it's very irresponsible for us to expect our residents to fork out more and more of their hard-earned cash when we don't really know, or the council have any idea on our staffing costs, and are we streamlining our process? I mean, I believe we still have staff that can go sick for 6 months on full pay, and that is quite an unusual thing in any business. So I'd like someone to really look into that, you know. And just going back to some of the things of the council that you get, we've talked about all the things that people want. You know, your average resident wants his pothole fixed, he wants his bin collected. And I had a resident call me, I know this is superficial stuff, but it's important, you know. His bin had gone missing, all the bin men had destroyed it, can I have another bin? And he'd been on his porthole for weeks, putting it through, didn't get anywhere. So he came to me, we made the application, and the bin arrived. No, they said, no, you can have a new bin straight away. Within 5 minutes, I had another email saying, no, you can't have that bin, and why are you getting involved as a councillor? You know, there's a proper way for the resident to go for the porthole, you know, to report it. And the old boy had done that. He's been doing that, you know, and got anywhere. So I kicked off, and then the bin arrived. And bugger me, a week later, another bin arrived. So that's the sort of thing that shouldn't be happening now. It should be streamlined. Those things should be working efficiently for our residents. So I think there's some real issues on costing here. So I think I can't support this budget because I don't think we've got a handle on our costs and our staffing.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Karen Rampton, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've listened really carefully to the debate, and I've nearly been lulled into thinking the administration have got it right, and they have to impose this increase against their better judgment, causing them much pain. But this is the reality. They went cap in hand to government. They asked for 7.4%. Had that been granted, they'd have imposed it without consultation, without referendum, without remorse. I've heard members mention tonight the national average of council tax, £2,060. Oh, but BCP is slightly below. Well, that's not a target. It should be your ambition to stay well below. And what's going to happen next year? Are you going to go back to government with your begging bowl? Or maybe you're just planning to divest yourself of all discretionary services to these unwanted by our residents, town councils, raising their uncapped precepts to fund. So in that case, what's the big need to build up the reserves? Let's consider our poor residents and their pockets. They're struggling because this increase is on top of the police, the fire, and the town council precepts. It's a step too far, and I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cox, can you wind up now, please, for us?
Of course, Madam Chair. Who would you like me to wind up first? Sorry. Thank you very much to everybody, actually, for the contributions you've made. I think it's been a very important and informed debate as to the way we move forward. I'll just comment on a few of the contributions that have been made, and just make some comments of my own, if you don't mind, before summarising. The Conservative contributions, I'm afraid I can only describe as a bit sad, frankly. There seems to be no contrition whatsoever for what happened in the past. I actually do not, I hold no grudge against Councillor Slade or Challoner because you weren't part of the problem. But please don't tell us, what we should be doing when your party actually destroyed a lot of the credibility of BCP, and we're just recovering from that, as many people have said throughout the evening. So I think you've talked about, Councillor Slade, governing carefully, and I agree with you. We should govern very carefully, but please take the log out of your own eye before having a go at my splinter. And I think there was a question about not doing a proper review. We are doing review. We've been doing reviews ever since we came in here. We've saved about £140 million in savings in the last 2 to 3 years, and there's a lot more to do. Certainly, I have challenged the Chief Executive Officer that we need to do a star chamber review of every department to make sure that there is no wasteful expenditure, which I know a lot of people, including me, are worried about. So, please don't think that nothing's happening. We have a lead member who is going to go through the children's and adult services in great detail and make sure that we are getting the best possible performance. In terms of the Labour contributions to the debate, I found Councillor Canavan's contribution to be very reflective. And I was very impressed, and he doesn't think the public understand, and I agree with him. The public do not understand. I don't understand sometimes what on earth we're getting from the council, because it is challenging to do that, But I think Councillor Aikenhead was asking the question about, they don't see any benefits. There is a benefit to what we're doing. There is a benefit to putting stuff in reserves and making sure we don't go bust. And the benefit is that we don't go bust. We don't have a section 114, because if we do, then every single discretionary service will go out the window. I found Councillor Rigby's contributions to be very thoughtful. There's not an awful lot I disagree with on there. And your summary of the system is failing. You have Councillor Aikenhead agreeing with you, and you have me agreeing with you. It is. I think a lot of us would say that. It is agreeing. Now, Councillor Butt, can I just turn to you for a minute? You've asked for discipline, transparency, value for money. Welcome to the Three Towns Alliance, because that is exactly what you're getting. And you say that residents expect honesty. Fair enough.
Yes, Councillor Cox.
I would ask you to support
You are
the
well
budget.
over your time.
I
But
do
it's my
apologise.
discretion to give you longer, because I think it's important.
Well, I'll just summarise. If you don't mind, I'll just summarise that the budget you're getting tonight is protecting communities. It is investing in highways. It is modernising our fleets and improving our care services for children and adults. I appreciate the challenge. I appreciate colleagues for bearing with me, for being prudent and being cautious. It is prudent and cautious which has transformed BCP's finances. And I just want to also thank, as Millie Earle has done, all the officers and the members for their contributions. It has been a painful process, and the pain will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Members, we now have a recorded vote on this budget item. So can you please get ready to vote? Right, members, have we voted? Thank you. Right, thank you, councillors, that's carried. You'll see the names come up. Thank you. Thank you, members. Now, I'm going to jump over, not literally, obviously, item 9, because we want to go to item 10 first, and then we will come back to item 9. So item 10, council tax resolution. Councillor Cox, you're going to move this recommendation, and then I believe the leader will second. I do apologise, Councillor Cox. It seemed more sensible, but obviously to you it didn't.
That's fine. I hereby move this particular motion and ask everybody to support it, because I think it's very technical. Thank you.
And would your seconder like to speak? Say that, I can't hear you. Will you say it properly? Say it to them. Members, the monitoring officer is going to tell you something in a minute.
Or deputy monitoring officer. But members, a couple of councillors have left. If you're sat next to them, could you log them out? I think it was Councillor Toby Slade left. Councillor Edwards is still logged in. So if you could touch the screen and log out on that side of the device. And there was one other councillor, I think, left. Councillor Fit, and she's logged out. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, members. Do we have any speakers on this? Right. Can we please go to a recorded vote? Oh, hang on. I'm so sorry. Councillor Farquhar.
I'm sorry, Chair. I'm not actually going to speak to this point, but can I just clarify something or have it clarified by the monitoring officer, please? Throughout this meeting, you've repeatedly referred to as this vote will be recorded. Can I just have clarification that it will be recorded in the minutes for each bit of business how each councillor voted, if you please, from the monitoring officer?
Yes, I hope I did confirm that initially, Councillor Farquhar, but yes, it will all be in the minutes, each name. So, yes, the answer is yes, George. Now, members, can we now go to the vote on this if we have no speakers? Thank you. Thank you, members. I think we've all voted. Thank you. Councillor Butt.
Chair, thank you. Chairman, through you, thank you. Councillor Butt, if you would indicate what vote you would have voted had you pressed, and we could make that minuted it for you. So,
Mine wasn't before.
Thank you, members. Right, now the next item of business that we're doing is item 9 from the Cabinet of 11th of February, minute number 133, Folkestone Railway Station. So we're going back to that. Councillor Andy Hadley, I think you're going to move the recommendation and Councillor Cox will second.
I have a disclosable interest in this as I'm employed by SWR, so I can't take part. I would put this through.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Councillor. Oh, who else is going? Is it just you that's going or everybody else? Okay. Councillor Hand.
Thank you, Chair. I bring this recommendation to Council with a heavy heart. Good accessibility to public transport is really important, and it's really regrettable that the railway has not invested over the last 50 years in improving this, especially at stations like Folkestone and at Branksome, both of which are in deep cuttings. Privatisation did not bring inward investment to fix this, but abstracted revenues instead. First MTR Group made a franchise commitment in 2017 to fix the lifts at Folkestone by 2020. That was completely missed. They woefully underestimated the cost and then delayed investigation and design throughout their franchise, kicking the can down the road. I worked closely with Ben Smith, who made a statement earlier, with Andy Jones and with George Farquhar and with the then MP Tobias Elwood to try and hold them locally to account. In 2022, the BCP Conservative administration offered to part fund the lifts by taking out a loan. This was dressed up as a Green Futures Fund, but it was nothing more than a promise to take on new debt. It also seemed more to be about aiding the re-election of their MP, which failed. Deadline after deadline was slipped with multiple costly redesigns. The new MP has also taken a particular interest, and I have attempted to support his work too. It's really welcome that the Labour government are seeking to rectify the broken system for children with special needs, as we've heard, and we've also heard all about the debts with the 10% that is left to us. We hope that the burden for what transpires following April 26 will be shared in a similar manner, but that's a significant risk. Sadly, as a council, we have run out of time and funds. We have met with the South West Railway and Network Rail, and I've written to the Department of Transport to advise them. Station improvements elsewhere have big developments nearby, with the potential for community infrastructure levy funding. But relying on that is divisive. It's making the residents of the new properties pay for existing shortcomings in our public space, and it favours the better off locations. We have, as an administration, worked hard to stabilise the council finances, and we've been treading a precarious line. Taking on debt for the responsibilities of another organisation is reckless at this time, and therefore the proposal is that we do not make this loan and take this loan and make this missed payment.
Thank you. Councillor Cox, I believe you're seconding.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Now, members, you will be aware that we received a prior notice of a proposed amendment from Councillor Canavan in respect of this item, and that was circulated to all members this morning. So I know that you've all had it. So can I call on Councillor Canavan to formally propose and speak to his amendment, and obviously with a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Canavan.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to echo something Councillor Butt said in a previous item. This isn't about money, this is about political choice. You have the money if you want to. In fact, this amendment won't cost you any money because the advice I've had is that there is no impact on the 26-27 budget. But I'm going to use my time, Chair, with your permission, to read a letter from the Minister of State for Rail to Councillor Hadley, dated the 23rd of February 2026. Dear Councillor Hadley, thank you for your emails of 3 and 12 February about the provision of replacement lifts at Folkestone Railway Station. I am shocked and disappointed to hear that you plan on withdrawing the funding for the Folkestone Accessibility Scheme. This development was completely unexpected, particularly in the light of the significant time and effort that has been invested in the project. I recognise that the scheme has taken too long to deliver and share your frustrations. However, given the priority to this scheme to the local area, my officials have regularly challenged South Western Rail on progress at periodic meetings and project update meetings to get the project delivered. SWR has kept local stakeholders informed at key stages throughout the process and has held Folkestone board meetings with Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council to ensure everyone understands the status of this project. It is disappointing that now we are so close to delivering the scheme, BCP has suddenly and unexpectedly taken this decision. We are aware how disappointed the local community and Tom Hayes MP would be to lose out on accessibility upgrades that have been years in the making. Since taking over the SWR franchise in May 2025 under the leadership of Lawrence Bowman, the operator has worked at pace to bring this project to a conclusion. This has been a complex project, but detailed design work for the scheme to install lifts in the existing shafts has been carried out over the year, and I am pleased to hear that the redesign work on the lift technology is expected to be completed by the end of March 2026. There's more to this letter, Chair, but I'll just read the summary. Given the importance of the scheme to local residents and the length of time, resources and funding it has taken to get to this stage, I urge you to reconsider your position, since third-party funding is a key enabler to this project. And that is the reason why I am moving this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Who is your seconder, Councillor Canavan?
I am, Chair, Councillor George Farquhar.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Members, who wishes to speak on this? Councillor Farquhar does, apparently.
Indeed, as much as I would like to reserve my right to speak, I think it's best to lay out to every councillor in this room what we're deciding on. This was a decision that was made by full council, and it can only be overturned by full council. So every single councillor in this room has a decision to make. As Councillor Canavan has said, this has no impact on the 26th, 27th budget, but it does have an impact on every disadvantaged traveller that we have in our conurbation, including our visitors. I appreciate and thank Councillor Hadley for all his work over the years since 2019. I got involved in this project when I first attended the station on the 5th of July for a photo recreation of a photo that was taken 5 years previously. That was back in 5th of July 2019. I spoke to a resident there. She broke both arms. She was still in plaster. She had sight loss. She was going to Southampton Hospital for an appointment, and she fell on those 42 steps on platform number 1. Broke both arms, underwent extensive treatment for PTSD. I spoke to another resident who explained that she had to tie her toddler to the bottom of the stairs because she had to carry the pushchair up the stairs, 42 of them, return down, untie a child from the platform where he had been secured, and then climb the stairs. I think it's only right that I use my time to speak about other residents. I'm not going to use what has been said to me by email or by WhatsApp, but I actually am going to use what was actually put on social media. Seth Giddings. We moved Folkestone 3 years ago, so I could easily get the train to work. I had no idea that I would be I would be in a wheelchair 18 months later and would have to drive or take a taxi to Bournemouth to get the train. Nancy Curtis. I appreciate BCP's point of view on expenditure, but there are priorities here that override it. From a purely personal perspective, I have a problem with the stairs, so I have to pay for a taxi to go to Bournemouth Station, whereas Folkestone Station is easily walking distance. Christine Kuhl. Oh, my knees hate those steps. Paula Baker. It's also not just the disabled and the elderly, I remember. Having to try and get people to help me with a double buggy and 2 babies, as there was no way I could have managed to get both my chairs to the top of the steps without kindly help. I've got a couple more, Chair, if you indulge me. I know that I've overrun my time.
Yes.
Thank
Carry
you.
on then.
Paul Cannon Harris. Thanks for what you're doing on this. Climb those stairs at the end of my journeys home, wipe me out. Increasingly, I choose to travel to Christchurch or Bournemouth to avoid them. Daniel Lashmere. I will not use it there because there's too many steps. I have a hidden disability. It makes it hard for me. Even though I live nearby, I would use the station if it had a lift, since I go to Boscombe. Just 2 more, if I please, Chair. Can I indulge? Mary Thompson. We use Folkestone Station quite a lot. We have no mobility issues as yet, but we can see how frustrating it is for everyone that does. Last one, if you please, Chair. Lara Naylor. I don't have a physical disability, but I do get deep fatigue quite often climbing these stairs. It's like climbing Mount Everest. I literally use the handrail to pull myself up some days. When I work with adults with physical and learning disabilities here in Southbourne, getting the train anywhere is a nightmare because it involves getting on a bus to Bournemouth, then getting on a bus to the station or walking up from the Lansdowne, which is no easy feat when pushing a full body wheelchair. Finally on the train, it shouldn't be that hard for disabled people to access public transport, especially when they have a train station on their doorstep. If we are forced abled people to do this, they will never hear the end of it. Thank you very much for your indulgence, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Connolly, please.
Thank you. Yes. Our amendment is not even asking you to change course on this. It is just begging that you pause and give the time to full discussions with stakeholders. And I'm absolutely aghast that we're even having to ask this. South Western Rail found out about you pulling the plug on the funding the same day we did. That is no way to engage with stakeholders on a £5.7 million project. That is not how you deal with stakeholders on a major infrastructure project. It is absolutely disgraceful to not have talked to everybody to try to find alternative ways of funding this and alternative ways of making it happen before just pulling the plug. I don't know why you've done this. I really don't. I think that I understand you disagree with the financial decision to contribute to it in the first place, but you have had 4 years to say that you didn't agree with that decision. 4 years to say that you wanted to change direction on it, 3 of which you were in control of the council. So I just find it completely unforgivable to announce at this stage, after South West Rail has spent 1.6 million on the design, they have finally completed the detailed design phase and are ready to start. I was told at Cabinet that the full cost wasn't established yet. That's not true. It now is established, as much as can ever be confirmed for a major project of this scale. So to wait to this stage, when this much has been done, to pull out, I do not understand at all. So all I can request is that you pause. There is no urgency to this. It does not affect this year's budget. Pause, talk to South West Rail, talk to the government, look for alternative sources of funding, look to talk to the football club, talk to other investors locally about any way of making this happen without borrowing if you so disagree. Please, you owe it to residents to show that you have explored every avenue before pulling the plug on this project after 4 years.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Earl, please.
Thank you. I don't know how I can spell it out any clearer to Labour colleagues. The Labour government has slashed funding to BCP Council. BCP Council has to find ways to make savings. That is the bottom line of this decision. And quite honestly, I don't know what else I can say to convince the chamber, to convince not just the chamber, but to convince our Labour councillors that, you know, we didn't want to take this out of our budget. Of course not. We don't want to not spend on some of those projects and those commitments that have been those commitments of BCP Council. But we have been forced into this position by your own MPs who have voted for the residents of BCP to get less from government.
Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's an unfortunate sort of matter of principle here. And if you sort of relate it to a householder, that you'd be taking a mortgage out to help someone 3 doors down or something to improve their home, and you don't actually have any ownership of what's there. That's the matter of principle that's in the background. But I know I had a conversation, and I'm glad the portfolio holder referred to Branksome Station, because I had a conversation with Southwest Trains about Branksome Station, which is appalling. And because Branksome Station has got a level car parking area, if there was a lift down to the tracks, that would actually be really beneficial for people with disability. It was on bus routes and everything. But I do think that we're looking at a nationalised rail company now. It was a privatised rail company at the time. It's a nationalised one now. So it's got, in theory, it's got the government behind it. Network Rail is nationalised. It really is something which I think is the government's responsibility to look at supporting its rail company. We do have a terrible situation, because not only Branksome Station's bad, you go down the road, Parkstone Station, you would have difficulty getting on a train. So I think if we were talking about banks, they would have had to have sorted out the access to their banks at their cost, which they did a few years ago. But it seems bizarre that the rail company, the national rail provider, isn't actually making sure that its rail stations are fit for all users. And I think that's the most important thing in this. And I don't think, with the difficulties that we're in, that we should be taking out what's in effect a mortgage to sort of top up the costs for the very people that actually give us grants or don't give us grants, as the case may be. So I do think that it's really up to the nationalised rail companies to sort out these stations. And I'm not just talking about Folkestone. I make a special case for Branksome. Branksome is appalling, but it's got good level access to get to the station concourse, but you can't actually get on the platforms from there. And there was a lift that was taken out a few years ago. So we do need to sort that side of it out. And it is really the responsibility of the nationalised companies to do that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Challoner, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I absolutely get the case in point, and in an ideal world, of course, the funding would be there, but Councillor Earl is correct, and I do, again, have sympathy with the challenges this council is facing. The money is not there. And I'd just like to say I do find it quite ironic that we have Labour councillors complaining about a council U-turn when their own government has done it month after month after month. Thank you.
Councillor Gillian Martin, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say it's regardless of politics of which side you're on. I think this is a case of providing dignity for people. I think that's why it's important as we're human beings, and people in wheelchairs having to ask for help, people with toddlers having to ask for help, having to strap a child to railings while you take the pushchair upstairs, or having to ask people to help you. It's just not on. I agree. I would be supporting the amendment for that reason, that it supports disabled people, people in the community with, under the Equality Act, with different characteristics, parents and disabled in particular, and elderly as well, and people with arthritis. It's just not dignified for people to be having to manage those stairs without the extra help. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Councillor Aitkenhead, please.
I rather like Councillor Trent's analogy. So this council agreed to take out a mortgage for a neighbour 3 doors down. There must have been quite a good relationship with that neighbour for them to make that agreement 3 years ago or so. Very interesting. What happened next? Well, the neighbour started paying the deposit, started putting the money into it. All very good. Oh, wait a minute, something happens. The neighbour does something that they hadn't promised. There's something they hadn't promised they were going to do it, but you were kind of expecting they were going to do it. You know, like the government were expecting, you were maybe expecting the government were going to give you at least 2%. So this neighbour failed to do something you were expecting, and so you decided, even though they've already paid the deposit, you were not going to pay the mortgage after all. And so all the work that's done so far has been wasted. So I rather like that analogy, but it doesn't put this council in a very good light. Thank you.
Councillor Andy Martin, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to pick up on Councillor Challoner's point, this is a quote from an MP that you might have heard of. Yeah, Tom Hayes. So he quoted, I think it was quoted in the local paper. I need people to know we're doing all we can to achieve the dream. But if it does not happen, those who make a promise then break it are alone responsible in a democracy. So, as Councillor Challoner says, Labour has abandoned so many pledges and U-turned so many times in the last 2 years or 18 months, whatever it is, that we've all lost count. But that's okay then, isn't it? Councillor Hadley, I think, mentioned Mr. Bowman earlier on. I can't remember his title, but perhaps you can remind me.
If I may, through you, Chair. Mr. Bowman is the Managing Director for South West Railway and Network Rail Wessex, and the Deputy Leader and I met with him recently.
Thank you. So Mr. Bowman wrote last month, Network Rail and South Western Railway are not in a position to provide any additional funding for this scheme. So let's just have a look at some figures. The government has allocated £92 billion for road and rail upgrades, with specific funds earmarked for projects like the Trans-Pennine Route, £3.5 billion, and East-West Rail, £2.5 billion. Network Rail is responsible for maintaining and upgrading stations, particularly those they own, etc., etc. For example, Network Rail is investing £1.5 billion in Reading Station's transformation, £850 million in Birmingham New Street's upgrade, and I haven't got the figure for this, but significant investment in London Euston and King's Cross St Pancras, probably billions, I would imagine. So, and they can't find 2.6 million to finish off the job here. I find that very surprising. My final point is that we shouldn't be funding this. We should never have been funding this in the first place. We've got our own things to fund. I'd like to spend I mentioned earlier about the libraries. We need a lot of money to maintain and upgrade the library infrastructure. We need money for the Russell Coates. we should be spending it on that, not on something that someone else can well afford. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Yes, Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I've heard what people have said, and yes, I agree with Councillor Martin. We shouldn't be funding it. I also agree with Councillor Farquhar that we should be supporting the residents who need equity, and they don't, you know, it's not up to them to fight for it. We should be providing it. Councillor Aikenhead's adoption of Councillor Trent's analogy doesn't quite work, because if you agree to lend the money and then someone pulls the rug under your finances, then what are you supposed to do? But I always come back, yes, the train company should be doing it. Yes, the Labour government should be supporting the nationalised rail to provide it, but they're not doing so. And for me, this isn't asking us to agree right now that we fund it, but that we relook at it. Is that right, Councillor Canavan? That's my understanding. And I think we owe it to the many people that need a lift there, that are disabled in whatever way, that can't access that railway safely, that we actually do relook at it. So I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, now, I have no more speakers. So, Councillor Canavan, do you want to sum up to your amendment?
Thank you, Chair. I think I'd have more time. There's a delayed reaction, isn't it? I think I'd have more time for Councillor Trent's point of principle if it hadn't taken 3 years for him to get to this point. 3 years you've had to fight out that principle. It's a nonsense. The point about this is that there was a clear understanding between this council and the rail operators to fund it on this model. And without any notice at all to the rail company, you decided not to do it. That is not the way, as Councillor Connie has said, to engage with organisations like South West Rail. I think it's not only breaching an understanding, a clear understanding that was reached. I think it's an abrogation of the responsibility that this council has to support the regeneration, which that project will definitely do, that supports disability and access, which that project will definitely do. So this has definite consequences and advantages for local residents. And the key point, as Councillor Connolly mentioned, there is no money involved here. It doesn't cost you anything at all in 26, 27, because all I'm asking you to do is have another look at it. So to talk about, you know, the funding from the government is a complete irrelevance. And to, you know, if I'm blunt about it, because you're not getting enough money or you feel let down by this government, this feels very spiteful to me. Because that's the consequence of what you're doing. You're betraying an understanding, you're betraying the unrest, because frankly, you don't really like what this government does. That's no way to run a council. It's an obligation that we have and an obligation that we should stick to. So I'm asking everybody to support the amendment.
Councillor Hadley, you proposed the original recommendation. Do you want to sum up now before we go to the vote on the amendment?
Thank you. Yes, if I may. We've heard that the South West Rail spent £1.6 million on design. They didn't do that. They did it on 4 designs. They kept changing their mind about whether they could use the existing lift shafts or not use the lift shaft. Whilst it was a private company, they didn't even do the basic investigations. So the delays have been huge. We're told that it's ready. You only have to read the letter from Lord Hendy, which only arrived back to me yesterday, highlights that we don't have final costs. We don't have the final designs. That's anticipated, he said, by the end of March, but it's not there yet. And And so far we have an understanding, not a commitment. The idea that we don't have to worry about it because we don't have to pay for it out of this year's funding, as has been highlighted, we are facing a really big black hole in terms of funding by 2028, and we have to make provision for that. We are trying to be responsible, not just in getting over the line on this year, but ensuring that we are in a better financial place for the coming years. The medium-term financial plan is supposed to look after our medium term. And so by saying, oh, well, maybe now, we're continuing a commitment to SWR, but more than that, they want, reasonably, they want a memorandum of understanding of, now we know the cost, now we know the timescales, because sadly, we have seen again and again, this project has been delayed. I've been on this for a long time, as has Councillor Farquhar, and others have come and gone on it. But it's not something that we were in a position to say, yes, it's definitely going to happen to a timeline, because they weren't sure on that. And some of that is around electricity supply, some of that is about the lifts. So I'm afraid I can't accept the amendment because we're not in a position to find the money for it.
Thank you, Councillor. Excuse me, members. Members, now we're going to vote now on the amendment, please. Thank you. Right, has everybody voted? Thank you. Thank you, members. The amendment has not been carried. So we now go back to the substantive motion. When our screen's clear, I can see if anybody wants to speak on that. Right. Councillor Connolly.
I am sorry to speak to this again, but I feel I have to give it one last plea. Please. It's all I can say at this stage. I think that it is absolutely disgraceful to wait this long. And I know you say that the revenue challenges are difficult. There's a spending gap in coming years. But that has not changed, and the fact that it was going to be a prudential borrowing decision 4 years ago and today, that has not changed. And I am very worried about the damage that this will do to the reputation of BCP as a partner for significant projects. I think the reputation this will give about pulling out at this stage will be very, very damaging. I think many have said that we shouldn't have been paying for it in the first place. I actually disagree. A lot of projects such as this are shared between public bodies. It's not unusual. South West Rail are paying more towards this than BCP, and it is BCP residents who will benefit from accessibility, access, across the conurbation, the local economy. And I don't understand why it's not in line with your priorities either. It speaks to traffic congestion, it speaks to the climate crisis, it speaks to potholes, it speaks to seasonal parking challenges in the area. It speaks to the importance of accessibility and the local economy. So I cannot stress enough that I think this is a mistake. The people of Folkestone, Southbourne, Boscombe, Littledown will not forget this, and they feel as if they are being shafted by this. It is a completely avoidable decision. You don't have to make it now. And there's an awful lot said that it's not quite true. I think some people have come to this quite late and are saying things that are not correct about it. And I just think that all we've asked for is that you pause, you do not make the decision now. This does not mean you do not have to make it in the future. You might come to the same conclusion 6 months from now. But to the question of whether or not South West Rail could contribute more, they can't make that decision immediately within 2 weeks. They have a process to go through to agree additional funding. Has that been explored? No, it can't have been in this time frame. So my plea is not to make this decision now, to properly make sure that you've looked at all other sources of funding and before making this decision, because the residents will not forget this.
Councillor,
14.16.2, can I put that the motion now be put? I think we had a debate about it that covered the substantive at any point.
I think we should just get on a vote for it.
Sorry, I do have 3 speakers. I'm happy to take the 3 speakers and then we will go to the vote. I agree with you there. So, thank you. It's Councillor Brown, Councillor Farquhar, who has spoken at length already, and Councillor Herrett. So I will take those 3 speakers and then we will go to.
Thank you, Chair. I spoke on this at Cabinet, and you know, I use the trains, I use buses, I use public transport, and I do have a lot of sympathy for access in all the stations across BCP, including Bournemouth Station, which doesn't have lifts and has ramps that aren't the right gradient. But for me, it does come down to the council's finances. You know, actions have consequences. If we lose government revenue funding, we have to make those difficult decisions to balance our budget and to cut our cloth accordingly. So it will cost money. You know, it's estimated this will cost nearly £10 million of residents, council taxpayers' money over the next 50 years to repay the loan. It's been said that this was voted on by council in 2022 and can only be changed by full council. And I keep hearing, oh, we're going back on a promise that we made and there's a betrayal. No, that's not what was voted on in 2022. You need to read the Folkestone Station business plan from early 2022. This is what I voted for. The Folkestone Station business plan had £1.65 million of council funding to share with SWR for the lifts, but it also had £950,000 funding for a brand new station at Folkestone, and that's why I voted for it in 2022. That was the picture we were given of the new station. So the £950,000 funding from BCP, what was it going to be used for? It was going to completely fund the demolition of the existing station building, the construction of a new station building, an attractive building, energy efficient building with remote access to the waiting room, separate night entrance with remote control access, enhanced CCTV coverage, an accessible toilet, internal heated waiting area, accessible low-level ticket office window, real-time bus information screen, ability to include community artwork, potential community room and cafe. And adding to that, in the forecourt, we were due to fund the forecourt with secure cycle parking, barrel bike bay, eastbound bus stop, rail and local information, taxi bay, rail staff parking, car drop-off post, attractive paved area, attractive lighting in the forecourt and station building. That's what I voted for. That was nearly £1 million that BCP were putting into that. That's all been lost. That's all gone as part of the negotiations on the project. And now Network Rail and SWR want to just take that million, and we're going to give a new station and pump it into the bottomless pit of a lift. Well, I'm not agreeable to that now, because I wanted to see a new station building for the residents of Folkestone, and that's been chopped already from the scheme. And they just want to, I can't believe how much the lift is costing with all the design work.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Farquhar, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to collect Councillor Brown, you voted on the wrong thing, sir. That's out of doubt. I've got it here, what you voted on. Lifts, 3.25 million, conversion of existing lift shafts. Footbridge, canopies, 1.5. Core lifts and renewal schemes, total 4.75. Replacement of upgrading station building, new forecourt, CCTV, and all the other things you mentioned, not scope. Note, scope is indicative only and subject to available budget. Up to 0.95 million would be spent on that, based upon completion of the accessibility lifts. That's what you voted for. That's what this council voted for. Councillor Hadley remarked earlier about Access for All. Access for All have made an assessment. Councillor Hadley said that our station is not on their list. Absolutely, it's not on our list. The reason it's on the list is because Tobias Elwood, the previous MP for Bournemouth East, made sure it was on the list. That's why we were here. That's why we voted. back then in 2022. That banner was then taken up by Tom Hayes, MP for Bournemouth East, to make sure that it went before the ministers. But here we are, you know, we're laughing, we're giggling, when we've been accused of actually being spiteful. So I just wanted to say that Access for All are working with DFT to produce access to these stations, because that's the responsibility. You're absolutely right. But we're not on the list. Access for All estimate that it will not have step-free access to all stations in the country until 2070. We've been on this particular journey here for 9 years. We can't wait another 9 years. We certainly can't wait another 44 years. I would encourage the administration to hear what the people have said, to hear the discussion that's here, and do not cut off the DFT and Access for All and the people that are actually trying to provide step-free access to lifts against a very, very difficult situation. So I see some crossed arms here, and that's what I get. Yeah, somebody else's problem. I read out the story for whose problem it is, the decision that's been made here today. I encourage, even though this council is overturned to be the lender of last resort, to continue the discussions with the DFT, Access for All, and the partnerships that we've got, because that's how the funding model is going to work from now on, through DFT. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Herritt, I see Councillor Dove also wishes to speak, and then I'm going to close the list. Councillor Herritt.
Thank you, Chair. It's always ironic to hear from a government minister that they're shocked and disappointed at the consequences of their own decisions, when government at short notice and with no warning reduced this council's grant funding back in December. And all those options mentioned can still be explored, but there will still be no money available from this council. I am going to revisit what I said in Cabinet a couple of weeks ago. As much as I would love to see these lifts at Folkestone, no station in BCP has a better than B1 rating for accessibility. It's absolutely an issue, but they all need significant accessibility improvements. However, what has always been one of the biggest issues for me is this was a failure of delivery of a contract awarded in 2017 to two multi-billion-pound companies. That award specified the lifts should be operational before the 28th of February 2020, which obviously didn't happen, so they can't even use COVID as an excuse. It was then renegotiated as part of the post-COVID change in 2021 to be delivered by 2023, and after that just kind of went missing from the franchise documents, I assume by then because BCP had agreed to pick up the gap. The new government had a year to prize that money and commitment from them under the terms of the new contract, but seemingly has been quietly dropped in favour of the taxpayer footing the bill. All this left First Group, who had £120 million spare last year for shareholder payouts and buybacks, and MTR, who announced profits of 700 million in the same year, off the hook. While we all talk about whose fault that is, they keep the cash. An abject failure of not only the franchise system as a whole, but government failing to hold multi-billion-pound companies to their commitments. And what of First Group? They've been awarded contracts on the West Coast and Great Western since. In December 2025, they won the contract for TfL Overground and trams, and while MTR now run the Elizabeth line, all of which we could still be taking money out of, and the government still has the ability to reach these. Multi-billion-pound companies, long gone from our area, still receiving public money, while we all argue about whose fault it is there are no lifts.
Thank you. Councillor Dove, please.
Thank you. 2013 is when I first got involved in this project alongside Tobias Elwood, Jane Kelly and Andy Jones. I remember that because my little boy was 3 and we couldn't go because he was in a pram. I didn't risk him because I know how he feels about Thomas the Tank Engine and he'd be there on those tracks if I wasn't careful. He's now doing his GCSEs and leaving school. That's how long this has taken. I'm not entirely sure what Councillor Brown voted for. I know that, however, when we had this discussion in the BIC, when we all returned after COVID, the Lib Dems were dragged into this debate, kicking and screaming and saying how unfair it was, the fact that no other station is going to be treated and prioritised in this manner. As I said to the portfolio holder the other day, this isn't a race to the bottom. This is starting one at a time. In terms of what I voted for, I voted because I'd received emails and I've been listening to people. So
as I read that evening back in January 2022, I'll read that same email again to you today, and this is exactly why I'll be voting against the recommendation that's come forward. So this is from Chris Nash, who was frustrated and disappointed to hear that the project to reopen the lifts at Folkestone Station could be delayed again. And you can imagine how he feels now, having had received this paper. The further delay will continue to mean that for disabled people, local railway stations remains entirely inaccessible. Essentially, we are not seen to be important to those making decisions. It's entirely inconceivable that those in power would accept a train station being accessible to the general population for such a length of time, and yet this is what disabled people in Southbourne and Folkestone are being told. What makes the situation worse is that statistically, these people rely upon lifts and access to the station, and we are more reliant therefore on public transport and less likely to drive, meaning getting to other local stations is challenging if not impossible. The inaccessibility of the local station has real consequences for disabled people. There are events and journeys that he has had to decide against going to because there's no way of getting to or from a station further away like Bournemouth late at night. And that's not just social events, but training, development opportunities for work too, that he had to turn down simply because of the difficulty in getting there. He hopes that the decisions tonight about the lift at Folkestone Station will make the decision makers think about their own situation and whether it be acceptable if they could not access their local station and the opportunities that they may miss out as a result. Disabled people are no less important, so why should Folkestone continue to remain accessible? And I would say again, I'm not entirely sure what Councillor Brown and his colleagues are voting for, but let's please remember Chris Nash's words when we vote this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cox, you were seconding. Did you reserve your right or did you speak? I'm sorry if I can't remember.
Reserve my right, and I will be very brief. I just want to make one point, and that is what has changed. Councillor Connolly quite rightly asks what has changed, and I have answered this before, but I'll answer it again. A huge amount has changed in those 2 years. We have had our reserves drained away. We are now technically insolvent. So why would we be spending that kind of money on stuff we don't own? It just doesn't make sense to me. I know I'm only an accountant, but it just doesn't make sense. So that is what has changed. What has changed is £60 million, which has been drained from our reserves in 2 years. Thank you.
Councillor Hadley, can you sum up before we go to the vote, please?
I think we've said enough. Thank you, Chair.
Right, members, so we're going to the vote on this Folkestone railway station minute. Thank you. Have we all voted? I think we have. Thank you. Thank you, members. The recommendation is carried. Now we're moving on to, if you want to read the screen, I'll move on to item 11, which is the recruitment of the interim Chief of Finance and Section 151 officer. Councillor Earl, I understand you're going to move the recommendation and Councillor Jeff Hannah to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I had prepared some words to say, but my laptop has died because we've been here for quite a while and my phone also isn't loading. But we had an interview process cross-party to make a recommendation to Council about who could be our interim. That process found Matt Filmer, who is, many of you might know, as our Deputy Director of Finance. and we'd like to recommend to, or I'd like to recommend to council that he is appointed our Section 151 officer and the Director of Finance for the interim period before we've recruited a permanent one. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Hannah, do you wish to speak briefly?
Formally second and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Well, is there any debate on this? So, Councillor Hannah, if you wish to say anything, please do before we vote.
In the absence of debate, I do not wish to speak.
Thank you. Members, I think we have to vote on this. Yes, so please let's quickly go to the... Well, unless we have consensus. Oh, excellent. Before you all get up to go, there's one more thing which I have to announce. Yes, I'm very sorry. I'm going to call upon the Leader and Councillor Cox, who wish to address the Council, to submit their apologies in respect of a standards matter. So that is now, please, Leader and Councillor Cox. Is that the end?
Standards Committee has requested I apologise for words I used to describe Mrs Keeling in October's meeting of full council. I believe in the integrity of the committee and in compliance with the standards process, and so I apologise.
Madam Chair, members, I've been notified by standards that my behaviour during the October Council meeting fell short of the high standards expected of me, and I have reflected on this and wish to apologise to anybody that was offended, and I will write appropriate letters accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Right. Close the meeting. Thank you.